A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace continues working afternoons for Mr. Jackson, bridge instructor. Her job is to play out a bridge hand before his class, while the class takes notes of her mistakes, corrects her game, and asks why she made certain plays. Her answers have been quite fantastic. This episode takes place in the evening, alternating in several scenes between the Ace's bungalow and the home of some of the women in the class. But first to the Aces, where we find Jane, Mr. Ace, and Marge. Listen.
How's the work coming along at that bridge school, Jane?
Oh, fine. I'm crazy about it. I did marvelous this afternoon. I did, too.
You're psychic.
My what?
I didn't say anything. What are you arguing about?
Oh, I saw that tone in your eye when I said I was marvelous. You don't have to draw any blue points for me.
Oh, right. Jane, let's not start any argument when there isn't any.
Oh, I don't like his altitude.
Yes, get down off your high horse.
All right. Tell us what you do there, Jane. I'm rather interested in knowing how you play bridge in a bridge school.
It's no different from playing bridge here. I play just the same.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane.
What?
What do you do exactly, Jane? And whom do you play with?
I don't play with anybody. Don't you understand? The bridge hand is all written out on the blackboard. And I stand there with a pointer and point to the cards written out. First I bid like north. Then I bid like east. Then west. Then north. Oh, I said north. What's the other one?
South.
Oh, yes, south. Thanks, Marge. Then after I'm through bidding, I play the hand out. Then when I'm through playing, Mr. Jackson asks everybody if I made any mistakes. And then they have to raise their hands and point out the mistakes and ask me questions. That's all there is to it. And for that, I get $5 an afternoon. I can't believe it. It's so easy.
It is, huh?
Oh, it's a pushover.
Oh.
I answer every question, and then when I'm finished, they don't need me anymore, and they go on with their lessons. So I step down off the stage. He has a sort of a little stage there with 2 steps. I didn't see the second one the first day.
Oh.
And I walk out of the room very gracefully, except that the door is hard to open. And that's all there is to it.
Just like that, huh?
That's all.
Getting back to these questions, Jane, what do you do with them?
Answer 'em.
Yes, I know, but I mean how? What do you say?
What do I say? Well, it all depends on what they ask me.
Well, are the questions hard, Jane?
Oh, to the contrary, they're easy. They're only about bridge.
Only, huh?
That's all.
Well, that should be a cinch for you.
Well, I've answered everyone so far. Put that in your hat and smoke it.
Oh, we take your word for it,
Yeah,
Jane.
but I'd like to know what the questions are. Can you give us a sample? Give us an idea how you handle the whole thing, you know.
Well, let me see. Well, take this afternoon.
Okay, take this afternoon.
The hand I had to play.
The hand you had to play.
Oh, stop being a mocking cat.
Yes, let her alone. Go ahead, Jane. Give us an idea of what goes on there.
Well, let me see. The hand this afternoon that I played, I did 4 spades.
Would you make it?
I was set 3 tricks.
Well, that's close.
Well, it was a hard hand to make.
Oh.
They said I could have made 6 if I had finessed the queen of spades. And they asked me why I didn't finesse the queen of spades. Well, I told them.
You told them what?
Well, you know I never finesse. It makes me nervous.
Oh, yes.
You told them it makes you nervous?
Yes, they asked me. I said it made me too nervous, wondering if the finesse would come out right, so I never finessed.
Yeah, well, is that all right with Mr. Jackson, the teacher?
Is what all right?
Well, is it all right for you to say that in class?
Why, sure. What do you think he's paying me for?
Well, I'm beginning to wonder.
He wants me to play every hand just like I think it should be played.
Oh.
And when they ask me why I did something, I must tell them why. Don't you get the idea, dear? I'm Mrs. Average Player.
That's a little flattering, isn't it?
Oh, thanks, dear.
Oh.
I'm Mrs. Average Player. And he said they have to tear apart everything I do and everything I say so they can see what makes me sick.
Sick?
Well, that's what he said. That's his exact words. And if you two are going to sit there laughing...
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. Go ahead. Now, tell us some more. Get back to that hand you played. You say you went down 3 tricks?
Yes, but they said that they could make 6 spades if they were playing it. Well, I didn't want to argue with them if that's the way they feel. The customer's always right, you know.
Yeah.
So I just let them think they could.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, what else did they ask you? What's that? That's what I want to know about.
Oh, a lot of things, Marge. I can't. One of the things was why I led the 6 of clubs first. And I told him I always lead the first card on my right when I don't exactly know what to believe.
The first card on your right?
Why that one?
Well, because it's the easiest to reach and it makes the game faster.
Boy, you're certainly spreading a lot of misinformation about bridge, aren't you?
Well, that's the way I play.
Well, how do they take it? Do they laugh?
Laugh? Why, no, they were surprised. They never thought of it that way before.
I hope they don't start thinking of it that way now.
Oh, I don't care what they think. All I know is that's the way I play. I told them, I said, I only play bridge for my own amazement, I said.
Oh, you told them that too, huh?
What world has gotten into you, Elsie? I never saw you play such stupid bridge since we've been married. How did you happen to lead that 4 of spades?
I don't know, Joe. It was there, and I led it.
It was there. Where?
Right here on my right. First card.
Are you daffy? Don't you know enough to lead the highest card in your partner's bid?
Well, yes, I always used to.
Used to?
Yes, but somehow or other I just didn't seem to want to exert myself to get out the king of diamonds.
But you had the king of diamonds. Why, we could have set them $1 million. I never saw a bridge hand mutilated like that in all my life. You must be out of your mind. What's gotten into you?
The others asked me how I happened to bid a spade to start with. She said she thought that I should bid 2 spades to start with. Well, you know me. I like to play fast, but not that fast.
Oh, you want to take it by easy stages. You start with a spade.
Yeah, start with 1 spade.
Yes, and then sometime later you bid 2 spades.
Yeah, what's the hurry? Well, she hummed and hawed, this woman, I mean.
Yeah.
And she said if I bad 2 spades to start with...
Bad?
Yes, I thought it was bad, too.
Oh.
But she said 2, and I didn't want to argue with her. Then she asked me how many tricks I have when I open a bid. So I said, tricks?
It's sort of baffled like.
Yes. I said, what do you mean, tricks? And she said she always counts her tricks before she bids. And I said, oh, I never bother with that, I said.
You never bother with it.
Well, no, you know me. If I have to wreck my brain counting tricks and keeping track of everything, there's no fun in it. That's what I told her. I said the easiest way is just to look at your cards after you get them assorted, and if it looks like you've got a lot of pictures and a few aces and some tens, then you bid something.
You told the class that?
Yes.
Well, what did they say to that? Don't tell me that didn't get a laugh.
Laugh? Who laughs? Outside of you two. They're interested in everything I say, because they never played that way before.
They never did, huh?
No, they're so surprised at everything I say, they look at each other a ghost.
I can well imagine.
Well, they should certainly learn how not to play bridge from all the information you're handing out.
Well, that's what they're there for, to learn bridge. If they want to learn the way Mr. Jackson wants them to play, it's all right with me. But it's so much harder that way. I know.
Open that bid with such a weak hand, I can't understand, my dear. You must be completely berserk. You haven't the semblance of an opening bid.
I know, Albert. I know I haven't. I can see it now.
But we're vulnerable. After all, we're playing for a quarter of a cent a point. If you just want to hand these people the money, why bother playing bridge? Or are you playing bridge?
I'm doing my best.
Oh, no, that's not your best. You can't tell me you'd open a hand with only 2 kings and 3 jacks and a 10. Where are your tricks?
Well, I just glanced at the hand, and it seemed as if I had the required trick.
Just glanced at it? I never heard a bridge played like that. Why don't you keep your wits about you?
But it's so much easier this way, my dear.
Easier? It's the easiest way in the world to lose money, if that's what you mean. If that's the way you're going to play, we might just as well forget the whole thing. I'm certainly not going to try to beat these people.
And the funniest thing was when a woman asked me if I played bridge with my husband, and I said yes now and then.
Oh, now, Jane, don't drag me into this.
I didn't. She asked me, and she says, well, how can you play with him if you bid like that? She meant when I said I just looked at my hand without counting the tricks. So I said, well, we get along. He understands me, I said.
He does.
Oh, sure he does. He knows every time that... it's you, dear. I'm talking about you. You do understand the way I play, don't you?
Of course I do.
See, what she said, is he a good bridge player?
Well, what did you say to that?
Well, I said, yes, he's pretty good.
Oh, well, thanks, Jane.
Only pretty good?
Well, I said I noticed that he hardly ever wins. And you don't, dear.
You don't have to tell me, Jane.
But I am telling you, how many times have we sat down to play bridge and we've won? You can count them on one finger. We almost always lose, don't we?
Yes, Jane, we certainly do.
Well, after all, if you're a good bridge player, you ought to win more often, shouldn't you?
I can't play the game single-handed.
No, I mean when I was your partner.
My statement still goes.
Were they surprised that you played bridge with your husband, Jane?
I think so.
They were probably surprised you still had a husband, I guess.
Beg pardon?
Any other man would have taken gas longer. What are some of the other newfangled ideas you sprang on these ladies, Jane?
Newfangled? Boy, they're not new. I've been playing bridge this way for years. I told him so. I said any woman that would let 57 little cards upset her life is making a mistake. I like to play the easiest way I can.
Butchered. You certainly butchered it there, stupid. The hand makes 5 clubs and you only bid 2 and you went down 3. That's how bad you played that one.
Well, I'm sorry, Harry. I did my best.
Your best. You didn't even take 1 finesse. And every king lay just right for you. Every finesse would have worked and you didn't even try to finesse.
Oh, it makes me nervous to finesse, Harry. I'm just a bundle of nerves.
Makes you nervous to finesse?
Yes, I want to enjoy my game. And if I have to sit here and get gray hair wondering if a finesse is going to work, I might as well not play. I'm too tired to make so much of a study out of this game.
Tired? Tired playing bridge? Well, that's sure a new one on me. You're tired of playing bridge.
Now, there's no use you shouting at me because I'm not going to get in a fight with you. I find it very relaxing to sit back and not worry too much about the game.
How do you like that? You people heard her. She's too tired to play bridge. She's the one that got up this game in the first place. She's the one that said we ought to play for 1/10 of a cent instead of a 16. And now she's the one...
My husband ever hollers at me the way I play bridge, and I told him, I said, sometimes he does, but I just don't answer him.
Oh, now, Jane, you're sure making me a fine character.
Oh, they don't know who you are, dear. They don't know my real name. I'm Mrs. Average Player.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Player?
How you do, Mr. Player?
Yes, I think Average should be your middle name, Jane.
Middle name?
Yeah, why don't you take the first name of Sub?
Sub?
Yes, don't you like a middle name?
Mrs. Sub Average Player. Well, that's not bad.
It isn't that.
Do you like it, Mark? I think it's cute. I'll suggest that.
Well, it looks as if Jane's way of playing bridge is making quite an impression around town. Mr. Jackson's reactions to what has happened to his new system of teaching bridge should be quite interesting when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Did you have a good time at the UN yesterday, Tony?
Ah, sure did, Casey. Even attended a committee meeting.
What did you say when they asked whom you represented?
Why, Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Chivalrous Gunman. Penrose Square in the daytime is a busy place, but now at night, lights shine behind a few windows of its old-fashioned office and loft buildings. And a block away, a construction crew continues to drill and blast a new section of subway out of the city's rocky bed. In the darkened offices of the J.J. Titus Company, whose business is private loans, there are 3 men. One is busily engaged at the door of a massive safe. Another holds a flashlight. The third lightly grasps a gun.
How you coming, Gus?
Almost ready to blow, Red. Hold that flashlight steady, will you, Riker?
Sure, Gus.
Got the shakes pretty bad, haven't you, Riker?
No, I'm all right, Ed.
You're so scared I can hear your teeth rattle.
Oh, it's the guy's first job, Gus. Weren't you scared when you cracked your first safe? I was scared the first time I killed a guy.
I've never been scared.
How many men have you killed, Ed?
Oh, you've got a lot to learn about the racket, Riker. You must never ask personal questions, and you must cultivate a bad memory.
I will.
I got the charge in and all wired. It's ready to shoot after I rig my pattern. You still scared, Riker?
Well, sometimes people work in this building at night doing overtime. If the explosion is heard...
I'm nuts. Nobody paying any attention to this blast. That subway work going on outside makes a perfect setup.
I hope we find all the dough in that safe you say will be in it, Riker.
There'll be at least $40,000 and maybe $50,000. I work in this office. I know what Titus keeps on hand.
If better be right. I don't like to waste my time.
I told you, fellas, how much money my boss kept here. I showed you how to beat the burglar along.
Sure, Riker. You've done your part.
Back with the wall, guys. I'll touch her off.
Right.
Yeah. Here she goes.
The door's blown clean off.
Sure. I know how to crack these boxes. Now we'll see.
The thing is full of dough.
I told you.
Hey, give me that suitcase. Help me load it with this dough, you guys.
You and Riker loaded. I stay close to this hall door to watch and listen. I'm watching you guys, too, to see none of that dough sticks to your fingers. I want a full third of it.
You'll get it, Ed.
Sure I will.
Big bills in packages.
Hey, there's all of 50,000 here.
We'll count it up when we get to the hotel and make our split.
Yeah, shake it up now.
We got it all.
Hey, let's get out of here.
You carry the bag with my tools in, Riker. I'll take the money suitcases.
Oh, why can't I...
Gus tells you, Riker.
Sure, okay. But let's get away.
Quiet now. I'll open the door. Come on, there's no one in the hall.
We'll go down the back stairs.
Yeah, then there's only a block to the car and our getaway.
Quiet.
Somebody opened the door.
Down the hall there.
That girl.
Oh.
Don't scream, babe. Don't.
I won't, but why do you point that gun at me? Mr. Riker.
She recognizes me, Ed. She's the stenographer who works in that office. She'll tell.
And if she told the cops on you, you tell about us. You got to bump the scale, Ed.
No. I don't know what this is all about. Please.
Quiet. Let her have it, Ed.
This girl's coming with us.
Coming with us?
Where?
I know a spot out in the suburbs.
You're going to kill me?
Now, take it easy, baby. Come on, we're heading down the back stairs.
Ed, you take her where you want to. Gus and I'll go to the place we agreed on.
Take that dough with you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Riker. The dough and me are going to stick together. Yeah, this is a good spot, Gus. Stop the car.
Okay, Ed.
You're going to kill me here.
Sorry, sister. You work late in your office on the wrong night. Let's get out.
I'll never tell anybody that I saw you, man. I swear I'll never tell. Mr. Riker, you know me. I swear.
That's just it, Miss Birch. You know me, and you could send me to prison.
You're the guy who runs the biggest risk from this girl, Riker. Suppose you bump her off.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, I couldn't kill anybody.
Okay, yellow belly. How about you, Gus? You're strong for this bump off.
I've done my end of the job tonight. This is your part, Ed.
Yeah, that's so. Want to see me do it?
No. Take her back there among those trees.
Okay. Come on, sister.
No. Let go of my hand. Please.
Quiet.
Please don't.
Come on. That's the girl. Just a few steps, babe, away from the road where the trees are thick. That's it. And away from those two yellow bellies. Oh, I'm not going to hurt you.
You're not...
Quiet. I've been sizing you up, and I figured you'd stand by a guy who stood by you.
I swear I'll never tell. I swear...
That don't convince me. I go by how I feel about things. Besides, I've never killed a woman.
You're going to let me go?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Now, Candace, listen. If you follow this path for about a quarter mile, you'll come out on Weldon Spring Road, where you can flag a bus back to town. All right, get going.
Mister...
That's all. I'll fire a shot or two after you start for the benefit of those mugs back there. So long.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
What I expect you to do is forget me. Get on your way.
Goodbye. You can depend on me.
A swell double cross,
Hey, what,
Listen, I didn't trust you with that money. We followed you and heard everything you said to that girl.
You did, Riker?
We did.
And you have a gat in your mitt, huh, Gus?
Yeah.
Guns aren't your racket, pal. You're a safecracker.
I'll use a gat when I have to pay off a double crosser. That gal is never going to reach the bus line. And as for you...
What about me?
I'm giving you this.
No, you don't.
Oh.
I said guns weren't your racket, Gus. It's slow on the trigger.
You killed him.
I think so, Riker. Let's see. Uh-huh. He's dead. You never saw a guy get it before, I guess.
Don't look at me like that, Ed.
Not
Don't
much guts have you, Riker. You don't belong in the big leagues, and you wouldn't know what to do with big dough. So I'm taking all of what we got tonight.
No. Not even a killer like you was going to take it from me.
Shouldn't have reached for the gat. Poor Gus dropped Riker. Guns aren't your racket either.
Our story will continue in just a moment. For more than 125 years, we've all enjoyed good, wholesome beer and ale in glass bottles. Why?
Because glass, and only glass, can bring you beer and ale as it comes from the brewery, unaffected by any foreign taste or flavor.
Yes, glass bottles, and only glass bottles, can bring you beer as it's meant to taste. Beer that's brewery bright.
And here at last is a new kind of bottle.
A glass bottle that's different.
It requires no deposit.
No return to the store.
When the bottle is empty, just throw it away.
It's light as a feather.
Sturdy and compact.
It saves space in the icebox.
It belongs on any table.
It's a natural for picnics.
And, brother, what flavor, that real brewery flavor.
Protected by glass.
As only glass can protect it.
Yes, the revolutionary new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. For flavor, demand beer in glass bottles. For convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
That's how it happened, Captain Logan. I tried to tell you everything.
That's the end, Captain.
Riker's dead, Doctor?
Yes, it's a miracle he lived as long as he did.
Well, Logan, you got a big break. He gave you a pretty complete story before he passed out.
Yeah, it was a swell break, Casey.
But Riker didn't identify the killer for you, Captain. He said he knew him only as Ed. And the description he gave you fits thousands of men.
Well, at least Riker gave me something to work on, Miss Williams. And there's this stenographer, Francis Birch, that the gunman turned loose.
Logan, do you go for that part of Riker's story? A professional trigger man so chivalrous he takes a chance on his own hide by letting a witness go free? That's hard for me to swallow.
Well, screwy as this thing sounds, I think she got away safely. She'll be able to give me a good description of this killer. Women remember men.
If the killer did let her go, and if she has any sense of gratitude, you're not going to get a thing out of her.
Now, when she learns that her chivalrous gunman killed two guys tonight, well, as a reputable citizen...
I'll bet she won't say a thing.
We'll see. I'm starting to look for Miss Birch right now.
Yes, Captain Logan, the man let me go. He said he couldn't kill a woman. I ran through the woods, caught a bus, and came home here.
He didn't follow you?
No, Captain Logan.
This is certainly a hot one, Annie.
I'll say.
Now, I've told you all I know. I've had a terrible experience tonight. Please leave me alone.
I'm sorry, Miss Birch, but you haven't yet given me a description of this man called Ed.
I can't describe him, Captain. It was dark all the time I was with him, and I was so frightened.
Well, you must have some idea.
I haven't. I don't remember a single detail of the man's appearance.
Because you're too grateful to remember?
I just don't remember.
Miss Birch, this man's a professional killer. He murdered two men tonight.
It was a cold-blooded murder, and it was a double cross.
It's your duty to assist the police in putting him where he belongs.
Duty can't make me tell you something I don't know. I wouldn't recognize him if he walked into this room. I don't know him.
Okay. That's the way you want it. I'll have to hold you as a material and unwilling witness. Sergeant, take this young lady to headquarters.
You mean I'll be a prisoner?
You will be held for further questioning. Does the prospect improve your memory?
No, Captain. I'm ready to go, Sergeant.
Well, guess you win your bet, Casey.
Sorry, pal. I hoped I'd lose.
Mr. Ebersole, to everyone who's come into this bar, I've been predicting that this here baseball season is going to end with a big surprise.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Hi, pal.
Casey, Miss Williams. Excuse me, Mr. Ebersole. Where you been all day?
Oh, hanging around police headquarters. Who's that guy?
I'm going back there in a few minutes.
Yeah, we've only got time for a small bottle of beer apiece, so give us some action, Ethelbert. Come
Coming
on.
right up. You sticking close to headquarters, waiting for a break in that Chivalrous Gunman case?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing's swell newspaper copies. The women especially are eating it up.
Well, I'll say they are, Miss Williams. Every other femme who comes in here is talking about the killer who wouldn't hurt a lady. I think most of them are jealous of that Birch gal. They'd like to have met such a romantical character themselves.
Oh, romantical character nuts, Ethelbert. Those cookies don't do anything romantic or chivalrous unless they got a very cold, hard-boiled reason for it.
But she still ain't described or identified the killer, has she?
Well, no.
Which seems to prove, Mr. Casey, that he didn't take very big chances. He was simply an excellent judge of character.
Maybe. The thing still has a phony smell to me.
I don't see why, Casey. He sized up the gal and figured she wouldn't rat on anyone who done her a big favor. That's all there is to it.
That's the way it looks, all right. Yeah.
I suppose the cops have investigated the Birch gal pretty thorough, huh?
Very thoroughly. And she's just what she seems to be, a plain-looking, capable stenographer. And her reputation is A1.
Yeah, but, Annie, nobody knows her really well. She has no close gal friends. Never went out much with guys. The cops didn't find anybody she'd ever been confidential with.
Well, so what? Girls in a wolf town like this are smart to keep to themselves.
Yeah.
Well, she worked overtime on the night of the robbery at her own request, Annie.
And her boss says that she's done that many times before.
Yeah, I know.
You got suspicions of Miss Birch, Casey?
Well, I had, pal, but there seems to be no grounds for them.
Casey had an elaborate theory that the appearance of Miss Birch after the Titus safe was robbed was timed.
Timed?
To make two of the robbers, Riker and Gus, agree to a change in plans.
See, they'd intended to split the dough in a downtown hotel. Well, Francis Birch provided an excuse for this gunman Ed to get them and the stolen money out to a lonely spot in the woods where he could bump them off and take the entire haul.
You figured Miss Birch and that Ed were working together, huh?
Well, it was a theory.
You mean a hunch?
Yeah, only Logan can't find any connection between the Birch gal and any crooks.
I don't think it was a very hot theory, anyways. I guess Captain Logan's been rounding up a lot of suspects, huh?
Every guy known to have associated with the safecracker, Gus, has been brought in for questioning. The cops are still looking for more. Oh, well. Annie, come on, let's get back to headquarters. If anything breaks in this case, we want to be around.
And we'd better be. Our city desk will have our scalp.
You know what I predict about this case, pal?
What?
It'll either be solved...
Yeah?
Or it'll always remain a mystery.
You and Miss Williams got here just in time, Casey. My boys have brought in another suspect.
So who is he?
A rod from Minneapolis named George Neal. Been booked for several trigger jobs in the Middle West, but always got out from under. He's been seen several times with Gus Lesser during the past couple of weeks, and he just might be Ed.
Is the name Ed one of George Neal's aliases, Captain?
No, not that we know of, Miss Williams, but that's a minor detail. An experienced crook wouldn't let an amateur like Riker know his real name or one of his usual aliases. Bring him in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And in a minute or two, I'll have Miss Birch in to give him the once-over.
Oh, she won't identify anyone for you.
I watch that gal very closely when she meets a suspect, Miss Williams. When she sees the right one, she may tell me more than she intends to.
Oh, you think she'll give herself and him away?
Could be. Now, you and Casey, keep your eyes open. Let me handle it.
Okay.
Here's Neil, Captain.
Oh, come in, Neil.
Oh, thanks.
Have a chair.
You're too good to me. Well, what's this pickup all about, Captain?
When'd you leave Minneapolis, Neil?
Ooh, about 6 months ago.
Been operating in this town ever since?
I don't know what you mean by operating.
You did quite a little gun work out in the Middle West?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I fell up against a couple of phony raps that weren't followed by convictions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pulled some jobs in this town, Neil.
Have I?
Mm-hmm.
Prove it.
I'm going to try. Bring in our witness, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. You have a witness?
Yeah.
Here she is, Captain.
What do you want of me now, Captain?
Now, take a look at that man, Miss Birch.
Well?
Have you ever seen him before?
No.
You're certain?
Certain.
That's all. Take her back to her quarters, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Your witness didn't know me, Captain.
I noticed that, Neil.
Am I at liberty to go now?
You're being held for questioning. Take charge of him, Martin.
Come on, Neil. Okay. These cops certainly waste an awful lot of time having a thing on me.
Miss Williams, Casey, you notice a change in that gal when she saw Neil?
Yes, Captain. Her voice was calm enough, but did you see how she clenched her hand?
You get it too, Casey?
I wasn't watching the gal, Logan.
You weren't watching?
Casey!
I had my eyes on Neil. He wasn't at all afraid of Miss Birch.
You mean you think he's not our guy?
I'm sure he is our guy.
I don't get it.
No, neither do I.
All right, now, Neil was pretty tense at first. Because you just might have had the goods on him for any one of a dozen jobs. Well, that tension disappeared when he saw Francis Birch. All he showed then was relief.
But, Casey, if he's Ed, he'd have had the opposite reaction.
Of course, Ed met this gal only once. He couldn't be sure she wouldn't send him to the hot seat.
Right. He couldn't be sure if he'd met her only once.
You going back to your cockeyed theory of collusion between that respectable woman and a professional rodman?
Neil's a good-looking guy. He could have made a play for her after he learned about the big dough in Titus's safe. And she could have gone so overboard on him, Logan, that she'd play along with the scheme, even a scheme that involved robbery and murder. Well, that's just a hunch, pal.
Well, there's no way to prove a hunch of that kind, Casey. She'll just keep on refusing to identify Ed.
I think there's a way to prove it.
Oh.
Women are jealous, Logan. And when they go all out for a guy, they demand a lot in return.
Yeah.
How do you know so much about women, Casey?
I've read about them, Annie, in books.
Say, we'll try the old green-eyed monster gag, Casey.
Now, what on earth?
Now, you'll find out, because you're going to help work it, Miss Williams. Now, here's what we'll do. Beginning tomorrow, George Neal will receive special privileges in jail. He'll be allowed to have visitors, private. And after we're sure he's enjoying his privileges, Miss Birch's quarters in the women's wing will be changed so that she'll have a fine view of the private visiting room. And then, Miss Williams, you come in.
Come in, Miss Williams. Nice of you to visit me.
Well, it seems the least I can do, Miss Birch. You must be terribly unhappy here.
That's an understatement. I'm not in a barred cell, but I'm in a jail. I'm a prisoner. How much longer are they going to hold me as a witness against a man they haven't arrested and whom I can't identify if they do?
Well, I don't know, Miss Birch. But they're making things more comfortable for you. They've given you nicer quarters than you had before.
Yes. They moved me in here today.
Huh? Well, this would be quite a pleasant room if it weren't inside a jail.
Yes, but it is.
Oh, that's interesting view from this window.
Interesting? Barred windows, stone walls.
No, haven't you noticed the visiting rooms? They're a few floors below, across the court. You can see the real prisoners with their relatives and friends.
That'll be fun.
That fellow Neil is in one of the rooms now.
Neil?
He's a good-looking guy. One of the men that you couldn't identify, remember?
Oh, no, I've been asked to identify so many men.
Look, he's got a nice-looking girl visiting him.
Yes, I see.
She looks a little too blonde to be the real thing.
Definitely peroxide.
Oh, I don't know what there is about blondes, real or phony, but they sure appeal to men.
Who do you suppose that woman is?
I don't know.
She's probably a newspaper reporter like you, interviewing.
No, I know all the news gals in town, and she's not one of us.
Oh.
The guards come in to break up their visit. Oh. Neil must be a close friend. She's kissing him goodbye.
Yes, so I see.
Look at that. Oh, the guards shoot him out. Show's over.
Miss Williams. Mm-hmm? I wonder if you'd find out for me.
What, Miss Birch?
Nothing. Never mind. Hello, Miss Williams.
Hi there. I meant to come back sooner, but I've been so busy.
It's good to see you. It's good to see anyone who isn't a matron or a policeman.
You don't look very well. Have you been sick?
I haven't been sleeping.
Well, I don't wonder. You're not really a prisoner, but just...
I'm in a prison.
Well, I wish I could do something for you.
You can. Miss Williams. Yes? Nothing. You know, I've had some amusement watching people in that visitor's room you pointed out to me. That man, Neil, I think you said his name was.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, do you know that same blonde woman's visited him every day? She must be a relative, don't you think?
She's a relative, all right. I was curious enough to ask about her. She's his wife.
His wife?
Yeah, as she flew on here from Minneapolis.
Wife.
Miss Birch, what's the matter?
He's married. He was married when he met me. Married when he made me do the things I did for him. All right, two can play his rotten game. Get Captain Logan. I'll tell him what he wants to know. George Neal is Ed. He's that chivalrous gunman. He's the murderer I love. He's the man who promised to marry me.
I guess you've heard everything you need to, Captain Logan.
Yeah, we heard, Miss Williams. And Casey wins another bet.
This one, Logan, I didn't want to lose.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. It's a funny thing, but nobody ever seems to have enough glasses. Attractive glasses, big, generous-sized glasses. Particularly on these hot summer days and nights when you serve so much iced tea and lemonade. So why not put this note right on the top of your weekend shopping list? 6 oversized sunburst crystal glasses for long drinks of all kinds. These new sunburst crystal glasses cost only 10 cents apiece at your favorite 5 and 10 cent store or any other store selling household glass. They're crystal. Yes, genuine crystal. With a beauty that can be compared only to rare and costly hand-cut crystal, the kind that mothers hand down to their daughters. Yet these sunburst crystal glasses cost only 10 cents apiece, only 60 cents for a half dozen, slightly more in distant cities. Now, you'll recognize them immediately by the distinctive sunburst design. But be sure to ask for Sunburst Crystal by name. Sunburst Crystal, product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
The blonde tomato Miss Birch saw with Neil was just a police stooge. Huh, Miss Williams?
Mm-hmm. That's right, Ethelbert.
Yeah, great job she has there. After a couple of visits, their little get-together was worth watching.
Those visits will put the chivalrous gunman into the hot seat.
Yes. Frances Birch has given the DA a detailed account of her association with Neil before the robbery and how they put on that act in the woods.
I still can't understand why he needed her as an excuse to get his partners in crime out in them woods.
Well, Ethelbert, Neil has a screwy quirk of character, pal. Unlike most professional gunmen, he couldn't shoot a guy unless he had some pretense of self-defense. So he planned things so both Gus and Riker tried to get him before he got them.
Pure vanity, Ethelbert. A manifestation of the protective ego with which all males cover their shortcomings.
Say, Annie, how do you know so much about men?
Not from reading books, Mr. Casey.
Huh?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What you are about to hear is real.
Unit 9 to 5-5, we can see you now, thanks. We've got the suspect's house under observation. It's that lighthouse over there, the one with the yellow trim. Why don't you get to the shadow of that big tree over there? We'll advise you as soon as the suspect heads for his car.
For the yellow trim.
5-5, Unit 9-10-4.
Which one would that be?
The one back there.
We just went by? Okay. We'll move in behind the other detective unit. Lights are out. Dark street. Moving under the cover of a tree. This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're in a special undercover car designated as Unit 5-5. Driving, Sergeant Ron Perkins. It's beat up 1944. Dents in the fender. Paint's peeling off. A two-way radio bill under the seat. A hopped-up motor. It'll take any hot rod. We're dressed in sports shirts and Levi's and working with two special agents. You're on a narcotics investigation. Our job tonight is to pick up a narcotics pusher who's been selling to juveniles. So while you're with us, remember, these people are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to a special undercover car operating somewhere in the field on a narcotics investigation, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Unit 9 to 5-5, can you read it?
5-5 to Unit 9-10-4.
9 to 5-5, roger, stand by.
Unit 9 is another undercover car parked on the street. Two agents and a policewoman give very casual appearance. Their car is on a different frequency than ours, so our only contact is that portable transmitter. You're sitting in our undercover car, 5-5, and we're on special assignment. Now, if things go according to plan, in a few minutes, a suspect who has been pushing marijuana to high school kids will come out to his car and make another delivery. Our job is to follow him without being observed until he contacts the user and makes a sale. That's when we'll move in. Our information is that he'll attempt to contact a young girl. And if we have luck, we can grab them with the stuff. This particular suspect is real cagey. If we're spotted, we're dead. Well, time will tell. One of the agents is sauntering up toward our car. Let's get the window down and see what's up.
What? Somebody's in the house using the phone. I don't know what was out. Marijuana. How much? They're bringing in 2 boxes a day. You're bringing in this fellow's house here? Yeah. How far from here was it that you found the marijuana in that box? 7 blocks. 7 blocks? Big vicious circle. Narcotic. Yeah. Sat on that junk 24 hours, we'd have been in business. We don't have enough time. Well, someday you'll have enough guys, maybe. I think we ought to move up with this car. I think we can move up. Or you can duck down if somebody comes. We'll sit back here. And keep in contact with us with Unit 9. Yeah.
All we do is sit tight.
Oh, from foot.
5-5, repeat.
Suspect in the house.
Suspects are leaving the house.
10-4, which direction?
Going east.
10-4, you gonna follow him?
Do you want to move around the block and sit in up on Overland?
10-4, Unit 9. Mike, if I flick my taillights once, I'll take him. If I flick them twice, you take him.
Well, here's the deal. As soon as we get around this short block, we should pick up the suspect's car. He should have some marijuana in the car now and probably will attempt to sale if he makes contact. Coming up to the corner. There's the suspect's car casually driving by. Back down the street about 300 yards, the other undercover car following. We'll cut in between and do the tailing first.
Unit 9 to 5-5, is that you ahead? Hit your stoplight so we can spot you. Thanks, we see you. Stay with them as long as you can, and we'll take them.
5-5, roger.
Following at about 4 car lengths. Tight on the right-hand side. Offline to his rear-view mirror. Oh, there goes his turn indicator. He's going left. We'll go on straight ahead.
5-5 to Unit 9. Suspect's making a left turn. You take him.
Unit 9, roger.
Just glancing back, the number 2 undercover car picking up the tail. We'll have to shoot around the block now in a hurry and get in behind.
Southbound on Bench.
Roger, Unit 9. We see you just crossing the intersection. Heading behind you.
Unit 9, roger.
There we are. Both cars just passed in front of us. Suspect is still driving carefully. Now we're swinging in behind the undercover car. Suspect is... Hold on. Suspect is up ahead a couple of blocks, almost out of our view.
Unit 9 to 5-5. Suspect cutting off on the side street. Take him. Code 2.
5-5 to 9, roger.
Our other unit's gone on past. They'll swing around the block. We've got to get him into view before we lose him. There goes his lights way up ahead. He's turning... Yeah, he's going to turn right on Santa Monica.
Turn right on Santa Monica.
Unit 9 to 5-5. We're on Santa Monica, but haven't spotted him. Check that. We see him now.
5-5 to 9, roger.
Right here at the main street. Now we head and lay back. Both cars are out of our sight now. Trying to pick up speed. Now here's a big open stretch here now. They're not up there. They must have turned off somewhere. We're in trouble now.
5-5 to Control 1. Can you pick up Unit 9?
5-5, Unit 9 wants you to pick them up northbound on motor. They're traveling without light. Unit 9 to 5-5. Can you read us now?
Roger, 9. Coming in loud and clear.
Unit 9 to 5-5. Suspect is pulling into the drive-in on Rose and Santa Monica. We're staked out across the street. You might park in the rear of that gas station on the northwest corner. We can nail him whichever way he goes.
5-5, roger.
Well, a couple of blocks down the street. This may be where the suspect will make his contact and attempt to make a sale. Gas station on the right. There go our lights. Coasting in. Yeah. There's his car running.
Yeah.
Suspect's car is parked in the driveway. Slow view. I can't see the other unit. They must be up the street a ways. Now we've cut our motors so that the smoke from the exhaust doesn't show.
Let's put the field glasses on him.
Do you see him?
Yeah, he's talking to a girl just inside the door. That cinches it. That's the girl he's supposed to sell to. 5-5 to Unit 9. We have the suspect under observation. He's inside talking to the girl, our number 2 suspect. Stand by. They're both going off to the car now.
You through with these? Have the field glasses on both suspects. A girl dressed in Levi's. Both getting into the car.
9. Suspect pick up the girl. They're pulling out on Santa Monica Boulevard, heading west. Let's take them.
Unit 9, roger. We see him. Okay, you take the front. We'll take the rear.
5-5, roger.
Suspect driving. The girl on the passenger side. Behind now. When we move up alongside, we'll have to watch. See that they don't throw any evidence out of the car. Almost up alongside now.
Okay, I
got it.
Police officers, pull that car over.
Pull that car over the curb. There we are, police officers. Second undercover car is getting in behind. 2 officers and a policewoman on.
So what, fellow? Get out of the car. Keep your hand out of your pocket.
What's this here?
Keep your hand out of your pocket.
Watching carefully. See that they don't throw any evidence away.
Stand right where you are. Whose purse is this?
It's mine.
Searching girl's purse.
I don't know.
Marijuana
What do you mean you
cigarette.
don't know?
Found it.
Where'd you find it?
In the street.
And whereabouts in the street?
I just found it up there.
How old are you?
17.
All right. One racer. Where'd you get it?
I found it.
How many more do you have?
I'm 7.
Policewoman searching female suspect.
We found that one right there.
Take her down and search her down at the station.
Policewoman taking girl into custody. Let's move over to the male suspect. The pusher, as we say in the trade.
You're under arrest. What's this? These are handcuffs. You know what that means, don't you? Plain and simple, you're under arrest.
Putting the suspect in the back of the car. We'll ride up front.
How they get it here? Roll now? You got to get out. Well, yeah. You get nothing at your ass at all, huh? No. Well, what's wrong? I mean, I don't know what's wrong. You haven't the slightest idea, huh? No. No idea at all. Yeah, give plenty of time to think about it. Relax. Take the microphone out. Yeah. Here you go. 5-5 to Control 1. Will you radio Unit 9? Request they shake the male suspect's house. We'll meet him at the station.
Control 1 to 5-5, 10-4. Control 1 to Unit 9. Unit 5-5, requesting shake down the house of the male suspect.
You are listening to Night Watch, and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you to police headquarters, where a narcotics investigation is underway, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
We're in the isolation section of the jail. Male suspect booked on narcotic charge. We're going into the cell to see if he has anything to say. Sergeant Perkins will handle.
Jim, you want to open up the 8 for me?
Right.
What'd you do today? Where'd you go? Tell me all about it. You want to look for a job? Tell me about the narcotics. Tell me all about it. Tell me where you get it. Where you got some right now. I'm not going to mess around. Why don't you think I give these people narcotics? What makes me think so? What do you think we've been following you around for? I don't get paid to follow some good, clean, honest citizen around. I get paid for following guys like you around, and putting guys like you in jail, and keeping you in jail. And every time you get out, you make a mistake, you go back to jail. Well, how can you never arrested me before? Yeah, we figured we got you dead bang this time. Yeah, we figured you're peddling to minors. You know how old she is? Oh. She's only 16 years old, going on 17. You're going to be busted on furnishing narcotics to juveniles. Did you know that?
If I tell you people that's using dope, I'll walk out of here, huh?
Dope? You and I guess, are not going to deal. I can see that. Can you secure 8 for us? Yeah. Listen, will you call the juvenile section and have the matron bring the girl down booked on narcotics? Right.
Looks like our boy's trying to make a deal, huh?
Yeah, he's scared and he's squirming. Go see what the girl has to say.
Okay. Young girl. Suspect sitting in a chair. Matron standing by. Girl working over a wad of gum.
A long time since I've seen you.
Yeah, it has been.
Where did you get the marijuana cigarette?
Guy gave it to me to hold for him. He said he didn't tell me what it was or nothing. Just gave me a hold.
You never were much of a liar.
Well, I don't care.
Where's the rest of it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What'd you do with them?
I never did have any, except that I didn't know what that was one that Dad gave me.
You never saw a marijuana cigarette before?
Well, I've seen them, yeah, but...
You didn't know what this one was?
Well, it was so
You
small.
know the time that you ran away, we had a long talk, and you told me an awful lot about marijuana. You're running with all these different guys that smoked it and pushed it. Remember that talk we had?
Yeah, I remember.
Now, so don't tell me now a year later, a year and a half later, that you didn't know what you had. And don't try to tell me that you don't know where the rest of them are.
I don't have any.
Well, what happens if I bring this guy in and he says that you did have?
Well, he could be lying, too, you know.
He's not lying. You're stuck anyway, because you had marijuana on you.
I know.
Now we're going to go for something heavier and bigger.
I'm going up this time anyway.
Sure, you're going up this time. You start pushing a pushing rap against you instead of a possession.
How can you do that?
Don't worry about it, we will.
Yeah.
I don't make promises that I can't carry out. You got anything to say?
No, I never had anything like that.
Any what?
Anything like that.
What did you start to say?
I started to say anything about what I was going to say.
You started to say joints, didn't
No,
you?
I didn't. Meant the word me.
10 years I've been sitting behind a desk talking to people right like you. Right across the desk from me. For 10 years I've been analyzing people.
Yeah.
Talked to hundreds and hundreds of people. Every one of them sit back there and they try to lie their way out of it. And once in a great while they succeed. Once in a great while. This isn't one of the times. You're lying right down the line. You think it's going to save you. You think it's going to help you. It's not going to help you. It's not going to save you.
Nothing's going to help me. Because I'm going to go up anyway.
So if you don't want to answer our questions, then you can stand up now. Walk outside.
Young girl taking a large wad of gum out of her mouth. Dropped it on the desk. Matron shaking her head.
Perkins. Yeah, Johnny. No, she's just leaving. Come on in. Did you find anything at his house? Good. Good. Yeah, bring him in. Okay. What's up? Johnny shook this guy's house. Came up with a stash of marijuana behind his dresser. Boys talked to him, and he's willing to talk now.
Good deal.
Keep the,
Narcotic officers coming in. Johnson. Atkinson.
Is this what you found in his dresser, Jim?
Yeah, this was behind his dresser up there in the room.
How many sticks is it?
3, 6, 9, 10, 12, 14, about 20.
20 sticks.
Uh-huh.
Have you opened any of it to see how good a grade of marijuana it is?
No, I opened one up now. He says it's real good. What he's done, he buys it and then he takes the best out of it. He buys it for $15 a tin. Then he takes the best stuff out of it and then sells the coil for $15. So he said what he's doing, actually, he's supplying himself free.
George, you want to bring him in?
Suspect in? Sitting in chair. Piercing, narrow blue eyes. Uncertain of himself.
Well, we've got a good case against you on pushing the minors. Darn good case. One way for you to look at it is somebody didn't worry about you. They know you should worry about the other guy.
Yeah. I'm thinking about that, too.
All right. How much weed did you have? How many joints?
About 30.
About 30. And how much raw stuff? About half a can. About half a can. You got $15 for these 30 joints and a half can. How much do you pay for this stuff when you get it?
$15.
$15. And how much do you make? How much profit do you make on it?
I get about 25 joints out of it.
In other words, you make you pay $15 for a can, for a full can, and you sell. What do you sell your joints for?
4 bits a piece.
4 bits a piece. Yeah. Where do you get your stuff?
Different guys.
How about this Johnny?
Yeah, he's precious.
Do you ever get any off of him?
Yeah.
How do you make contact with him? Can anybody make contact with him, or is he just on a certain one?
People he knows.
Just the ones he knows. Does he sell to you for resale?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's somebody got to introduce you to him or score for you or something.
What if I went down and asked for Johnny wasn't there and asked some guys if Johnny was around? Do you think I could get from somebody else? No chance.
Not you.
This stuff that you have is sure lousy.
Just the looks of it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't the best.
How much do you blast?
Not much. Joined today, I guess.
What's it do for you?
So I go to sleep.
That's about it?
About it.
I want to tell you something just between you and me. The guy that pushes narcotics to juveniles is I'm taking him back and put him in his cell, George.
What you have just heard is real. This narcotic investigation was recorded as it actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's investigation is the beginning of a crackdown on a large narcotic ring. Incidentally, the male suspect pleaded guilty as charged and is now confined in the county jail. The second suspect, the 17-year-old girl, admitted she had purchased marijuana cigarettes and later resold them to high school girls. She, too, was found guilty as charged. A feeling of resentment from the arresting officers leaked through in tonight's narcotic investigation. This is an honest human reaction, as 2 of the officers have teenage children. Another has a sister in her teens. They know and have seen what the use of marijuana can lead to. Stealing to obtain money to purchase the narcotics, the gradual swing to the hard stuff, the use of heroin injected into the arm, the personal degradation that follows. It's not a pretty picture, and it's not meant to be, but it's a real problem, and one that we, the law enforcement agency and the citizen, must fight together. If tonight we have brought this picture into the open and reached just a few, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Yes, Mr. Douglas, I understand. You want 6 girls to model evening gowns for your fashion show tomorrow night.
They've got to be tall, slender, and attractive, Mr. Bennett.
I understand. They will be, Mr. Douglas. In fact, I can give you the same girls you had a few weeks ago.
Oh, do that. They were very satisfactory. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, do you think we have time to finish our little conversation now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sugar. Business is business. You understand?
I understand more things than maybe you realize. All models aren't dumb, you know. They just look dumb.
Sugar, listen. You're going on a photography job tomorrow afternoon for me. 2 girls, you and Betty Downs. Oh, wait a minute, Sugar, will you? Mr. Bennett speaking.
Douglas again, Bennett.
Oh, yes, Mr. Douglas.
I just wanted to make sure of something. One of the girls you're sending me for my fashion show will be Sugar Keen.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Douglas. In fact, she's right here in my office at this moment.
Oh, fine. Just wanted to check, that's all. Bye.
Bye.
Somebody wanted me?
I just wanted to be sure you'd be on a fashion show job tomorrow night, Sugar. Another Hollywood-style preview. You worked it a few weeks ago, remember?
Return engagement by popular demand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least I'm not slipping.
Slipping? Why, you're the top photography and fashion model in the country, Sugar. Have been for years.
Let's get back to this business about the date tomorrow afternoon. You say it's important. And I'm going to work with Betty Downs, huh?
Yes, it's very important. The pictures are for a Hollywood department store. Every movie producer in California will see them. Doesn't that make the job important?
To Betty, maybe. She's got movies on her mind. Not me. She's got movies on her mind when she hasn't got Slugger Davis on it.
She's not taking your prize-fighting boyfriend away, is she?
She's trying, and I don't like it. And I like it a whole lot less because Slugger doesn't mind.
Look, let's keep personalities out of business, Sugar. You see, I've got a personal contract with Betty. And if she goes to Hollywood, I'll make plenty. On that tomorrow's date, see that her makeup is okay. See that she looks right, will you? Look out for her, please, Sugar.
Listen, Al, I'm telling you right now. If she doesn't watch her step, she better look out for me.
Got bills to pay? Pay 'em. Got things to buy? Buy 'em. Want cash to do it? Then call Beneficial Finance and get that big okay.
Get that big okay at Beneficial. Get that big okay for cash today. Just pick up your phone and make a call for cash. The Beneficial way is the smart way. The right way too. When you want cash, here's the thing to do. Get that big okay at Beneficial. Get that big okay.
You pick the terms, you pick the payments.
Get that big okay.
Beneficial Finance Company.
No, Miss Downs, not like that. Like this. Who should do blue? Who should do blue? The lips round. Project the words. Now, once more, please.
Who should do blue? Who should do blue?
No, Miss Downs. For 20 minutes now I try to teach you how to speak. How to speak. Like this. We, thee, he, she. How now one call. Who should do blue? And what comes out? We, the he, she, Hana, Vanka, who should do blue? You learn nothing.
I'm sorry, Pierre. I'm trying.
Trying? Trying is not enough. Doing. You must do. Alors, once more, please. The ooh sounds. Ready?
No, I'm not ready. I'm tired of making ooh sounds. Oh, Pierre, I'm so tired.
Oh, I am sorry, my dear. You model all day, and then in the evening you work with me. It is very difficult for you, n'est-ce pas? You rest a while. We try again in a few minutes, eh? Who is that? Come in.
Hi, Betty. What's the good word?
Hello, Slugger. Sugar Keen isn't here. She isn't even expected, I don't think.
I'm not calling for Sugar, Betty. Not tonight. I came to pick you up. Hiya, Frenchie. I'm Slugger Davis, next middleweight champion of the world. You're Pierre, ain't you?
I am Pierre, ain't I?
Well, ain't you?
Such talk, sacre, no. Maybe it is you who ought to come take lessons from me.
Well, I talk plenty good with my hands, Frenchie. That's all I got to worry about.
You might worry about Sugar Keen. She isn't going to like your calling for me, Slugger.
No, I guess she ain't. But ain't that too bad, Betty? Ain't that just too bad?
Fill your upper lip a little more, Betty.
Oh, here, give me the lipstick. I'll show you what I mean.
Thanks, Sugar. It's awfully swell of you. I understand these pictures we're taking are going to Hollywood.
They sure are. And don't you wish you were?
Sugar.
Hold your mouth still so I can take care of that upper lip. Why I do these things, I'll never know. Now, there. Take a look. Better?
Oh, it looks fine.
Have you plenty of pancake on? Those lights are going to be hot.
I think I've got enough. Sugar, I want to talk to you about Slugger.
I want to talk to you about him, too. Only not now. Business is business, and this is a job. Use a little more pencil on your eyebrows. And put a dot on the outside of each eye. Makes your eyes photograph bigger.
Thank you. Right here?
That's the spot. Okay, let's get inside.
I'm ready. Thanks again, Sugar. I'll never forget this.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Mr. Stevens, we're ready. Where do you want us?
I want you for the first shot. You alone, Miss Keene. Miss Downs, you can wait in the anteroom if you like. I'll call you when I want you. You'll find magazines if you can't read.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I'll be ready when you call me.
What now, Stevens?
Just walk up those steps, Sugar. At the third step, turn around and face the camera. This shot shouldn't take long. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Walk up about here. Turn, face the camera.
Hold it just like that, Sugar. Want to take a look through the camera. Hold it now.
While you're looking, see if you can find the $100 I'm supposed to get today.
Turn a little bit more this way. That's good. Now back so I can get a shadow across the bottom half of your gown.
I still haven't seen the 100.
Yes, that's about it. Let me take another look through the camera.
Maybe the money will be there this time.
All right, you'll get your blackmail. Now hold still.
You look awfully silly, Stephen. In fact, the only way you don't look silly is when you're paying me my little weekly hush-a-bye money.
Stop talking and bend your right knee a little. A little more. Good. Hold it. Hold it just that way and turn on the smile. The big prop smile, but make it like you mean it.
I'll just make believe you're paying me. How's this?
That's good. Now hold it. That did it. Relax.
One-shot sugar, they call me. What next?
Relax for a while. I want to take Miss Downs now.
I'll get her. Right after you give me that little cash present I get every week. You do like giving it to me, don't you, Stevens? I couldn't possibly accept it if I thought you didn't enjoy giving it to me.
I love it. And you'll have it before you leave. When do I get back those letters?
At the end of the year, just as I promised. You pay me every week for a year like a good little boy. And your wife will never know you were a bad little boy. And that I have your letters to prove it. You wanted Betty, I'll get her. Hey,
Oh, Sugar.
Hello, honey.
Oh, just like that. Hello, honey. Slugger, I told you to keep away from Betty.
But Sugar...
I'll handle this, Betty. Look, Sugar, what are you building? Can't I talk to another dame without you blowing your lid?
Listen, Slugger. The only thing that will ever break you and me up is my making up my mind that it will happen. Me. When I decide you and I aren't a team, we're through. Not when you do. Do you understand?
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't. Maybe I don't like you handing out the decision, Sugar. What happens then?
What happens then? This happens. Try walking out on me, Slugger. And you'll be the sorriest pug that ever walked on his heels. I said the sorriest. I meant the deadest. Come on inside, Betty. We have to have our pictures taken. Business is business, you know.
Officer Philo Vance, private investigator, Miss Deering speaking.
What a speech it is, too. Hello, Ellen. Vance there.
Hi, Mr. Markham. You're not taking him out of the office, are you?
I'd say it was more a matter of his wanting to go than my taking him. Can I talk to him?
Why, of course. Just a moment. The district attorney, Vance.
Markham? Splendid. Would you hand me the phone, please? Thanks. Hello, Markham.
Vance, this is one of those calls. There's been a murder. How soon can you come up?
I'm practically there now. Who was killed?
The photographer's model named Sugar Keene, Vance. She was throttled. A wire wound tightly around her neck.
Sugar Keene, eh? Do you have the wire?
No, I don't. It's missing. Sergeant Heath is Miss Keene's employer, Al Bennett, up here, and I'm phoning you from her apartment in the Belmont Towers.
I'm on my way, Markham. I did want to meet Miss Keene, but I would have preferred to have her answer when I said, how do you do? Bye.
I heard that, Vance. So Sugar Keene has been murdered.
That's what the man said. You sound as if you knew her.
Only by sight. I've seen her pictures in the magazine. Everybody has. In fact, I think there's a picture of her in this magazine. Here, now, wait till I find it for you. Yes, look. Here's a picture. It's your own right.
Oh, she was lovely, wasn't she?
Vital statistics. Her name, Sugar Keene. Height, 5'10". Weight, 120. Single. Brown eyes, blonde hair. Is seen very often with Sugar Davis, middleweight challenger.
Very interesting, Ellen. You know, you're an ideal secretary. There isn't anything that you don't know or can't find out, is there?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly, Dan. I wouldn't mind knowing or finding out something about you.
You mean there are things about me you don't know, Ellen? Surprising after all these years. Shows how resourceful I am.
Or evasive. Well, aren't you off to investigate the Sugar Keene murder?
I most certainly am. Ellen, who's the girl shown posed with Miss Keene? Looks a little younger than the murdered girl.
Oh, she works for Al Bennett's model agency, too, Vance. Name's Betty Downs. She's new.
Just thought I'd ask. Well, maybe she's new, but I'd better be off to meet Markham at the apartment of the late Sugar Keene before any clues left around are old. I'll be back, Ellen.
Okay, Vance. I'll be here.
Miss Keene worked for you, didn't she, Mr. Bennett? You must know who didn't like her.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant Heath. I wish I could help you, but this has upset me terribly. You see, I've known Miss Keene so long, ever since she was a child. But you've got to give me time to think. You've just got to.
Sorry, Mr. Bennett. I didn't mean to be tough. You've gone over this murder room without missing a thing. Can't find any clue to work on. I thought maybe you could help us.
Well, maybe I can, but not right now. I can't do anything right now. Look, can't I leave? Please, you know where to find me if you want me again.
I'll ask the district attorney. He's talking to his friend Philo Vance in the next room.
There just doesn't seem to be anything at all that points...
Hey, D.A., is it all right for Al Bennett to leave?
Oh.
He's the head of the model agency this Keene gal worked for. He wants to go home.
Let him go, Heath. We can get him if we want him.
Okay, D.A., just wanted to get an okay from you.
Well, Vance, you know all the facts. What do you think?
Markham, it's hard to form an opinion at the moment. You say she was strangled with a wire of some sort.
That's right. The police are tearing the murder room next door apart, trying to find it. I wish we could lay our hands on it.
Is that the only wish you can make, Markham? Because if it is, I can fill it for you. This is the murder weapon, I think.
Where did you get that, Vance?
It was lying here in a corner of this room. I saw it glisten while you were talking to Heath just now. The police haven't gotten around to this room, apparently. But, Markham, it isn't a piece of wire.
No, I can see that. Just what is it?
I'm not positive, but I believe it's a piece of costume jewelry. A coiled bracelet that's been unwound. It would make a very effective weapon. Here, take it, and my handkerchief with it. There may be fingerprints on it. Segments of fingerprints, anyhow. It isn't very wide.
My guess is the murderer threw it into this room as he ran out of the apartment. Do you agree, Vance?
With the fact that the murderer threw it here? Certainly I agree with that, Markham. What I don't agree with, however, is that you refer to the murderer as he.
Hi, Joe. Fill her up with Pennzoil Premium Gasoline. Right. Hey, what's this? Popcorn popper in a gas station? You bet. And that West Bend popper is a real bargain because you save $3 when you buy it here.
Conversations like this are going on all the time at Pennzoil stations. Because right now, you can get a West Bend electric corn popper at any Pennzoil station. Here's how. Drive in and get 8 gallons of Pennzoil gasoline. Then, for just $4.95, you can own a handsome West Bend electric corn popper. It's regularly priced at $7.95, so you save $3. It's your Pennzoil dealer's way of saying thanks and inviting you to try Pennzoil Premium at the price of regular. So stop today. Save $3 on the corn popper and get a bag of popcorn that's included free. Enjoy Pennzoil Performance and enjoy hot buttered popcorn tonight.
This is District Attorney Markham. The cover girl murder case began when Sugar Keene, popular model, was found strangled by an uncoiled piece of metal which Philo Vance believes was once a costume jewelry bracelet. Al Bennett, model agency head, told us Miss Keene and her boyfriend, Slugger Davis, had been having a severe quarrel over another model, Betty Downs, and also that at one time Miss Keene was friendly with a photographer named Stevens. Philo Vance has gone to see Miss Downs, who, at the moment, is about to make an appearance as a model at a fashion show. Vance should be there.
Please, Mr. Vance, I really must leave. I'm due to go on any moment now.
All right, Miss Downs. I'll walk with you to the side of the stage. Allow me.
Presenting an original Francois creation. Imported and sold exclusively by the show.
Quite attractive.
Featuring off-the-shoulder design for the cocktail.
And such lovely shoulders.
Please notice the underlinen. The full black skirt, shirt at the waist. That's a wonderful bottom, and then contrasting white crepe.
Quite effective.
I'm on next, Mr. Vance. I'll have to leave you now.
Very well, Miss Downs. I'll be here when you're finished. I'll watch you from the wings. Now, this sort of thing's a little out of my line, but very interesting.
As you say. Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Goodbye.
Our very latest import, ladies and gentlemen. Another Marlowe original. For very formal evening wear, severe black relieved by a gold band at the waist. Completely backless.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, Mr. Bennett, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
The long black glove.
Fashion show doesn't seem the same without Sugar Keene in it, Mr. Vance. You should have known her. She was wonderful, lovely, exquisite.
All three?
She was everything, Mr. Vance, everything.
Mr. Bennett, did you know it was a bracelet that strangled Sugar Keene?
A bracelet, Vance?
One of those coiled bracelets, Bennett. Someone unwound it, used it on Miss Keene's neck.
You think, Miss Downs?
Possibly. I understand she was part of a triangle, along with a pugilist named Slugger Davis. People have been killed for less. Tell me, as far as you know, did Miss Downs own a coil bracelet?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, she did. I've seen her wear it.
Really? I almost didn't want to hear that. Well, I'll see Miss Downs later on. I've another call to make, at a gymnasium. Perhaps the challenger to the middleweight championship of the world can forget the ring to discuss a bracelet. Just keep on your work, Mr. Davis. I didn't mean to interrupt your bag punching.
You ain't, Vance, you ain't.
No, I don't suppose I am. Davis, I understand you and your former sweetheart, Sugar Keene, had quite a quarrel just before her death.
Yeah, so?
You might have killed her, Mr. Davis.
Yeah? Well, all I've got to say to you, Vance, is this.
Well, that's quite a punch you have, Mr. Davis. And I think I understand what it was you had to say to me. I'm very happy, though, that you said it to me through the medium of that punching bag.
Hey, Slugger. Hey, Slug. There's a doll outside wants to see you. And what a doll.
Yeah, well, thanks, Frenchie. You want in on this, too, Vance?
For just a second, I want to verify one fact.
Huh?
It has nothing to do with you, believe me. Is this the door we use?
Sure. Wait till I throw this robe over my shoulders. There. Okay, let's go. Hi, Betty.
Slugger,
Good afternoon, Miss Downs.
Mr. Vance, I didn't expect to find you here.
You said you had something to ask her, Vance. Go ahead.
Very well. Miss Downs, I've been informed that you owned a coiled bracelet. Costume jewelry, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I own a bracelet like that, but I can't find it anywhere. And I don't understand where it can be.
No? I wonder.
What upsets me is that I only bought it yesterday. Oh, I've never had a chance to even wear it.
So you say. I just want to check one more thing. Did Sergeant Heath take your fingerprints?
Forget it, Vance, and beat it. Heath took everybody's fingerprints, and I've taken about all that talk of yours I can stand. Get out of here. Betty and I have things to say to each other.
Have you really? Perhaps it might be a good idea for both of you to devote the things you have to say toward perfecting an alibi for each other.
I tell you, Markham, I needed that guy Vance on this case like I needed a hole in the head. I got it all wrapped up.
Really, Heath? How?
How? We know what the murder weapon is, don't we? It's that bracelet, right?
Yes, and if memory serves me, it was Vance who found it.
Sure, because he was in the room next to the murder room, and that's where it was. But who checked the fingerprints on it, and who found whose they were? Me, that's who.
Whose prints are on the bracelet?
Whose prints? Betty Downs, that's whose. She had to get her prints on the thing when she unwound it to strangle the Keene gal.
Hello, Markham. Heath.
Hello, Vance.
Hiya, Vance.
Vance, you're just in time to help with a hosanna or two to be hurled in Sergeant Heath's direction. He has fairly conclusive proof that Betty Downs murdered Sugar Keen.
You bet I have.
Congratulations, Heath. I hate to say this, but I know who killed Miss Keen. I've known for some time now. You have?
Sure. As soon as the DA mentions her name, you say you knew it all the while.
Oh, but I did, Heath. Congratulations just the same. Even though Miss Downs is definitely not the murderer.
Hello?
Ellen, this is Vance.
Hi, boss. What's up?
My spirits, for one thing, Ellen. I think we're near the end of the cover girl murder case.
We sure did that quickly enough. How did we do it?
I'll tell you all about it, as if I dared do anything else but that. But first, Ellen, I want you to call Markham and have Mr. Bennett, Miss Downs, Slugger Davis, and a photographer named Stevens in Mr. Bennett's office in an hour.
Right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to stop at the office of an attorney named Wolf, Bartley J. Wolf. And when you're there, here's what I want you to do. Forgive me, Mr. Bennett, for using your office as a meeting place, but it's centrally located and completely convenient.
Perfectly all right, Mr. Vance.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, please, everybody, may I have a little quiet? Thank you all. Mr. Stevens, may I ask you one question?
Vance, I've got 2 appointments for photographs in my studio waiting for me. I want to get out of here.
I may not keep you long. I know a photographer with your reputation must be busy. Mr. Stevens, was Sugar Keen blackmailing you? Well, was she?
Yes.
Thank you for being so very truthful. Actually, I imagined that was true. I found some letters you had written to her. And her bank account was larger than it should have been, according to the money she earned from Mr. Bennett, to whom I am indebted for that information.
You think because you know that, you can prove that I killed her? Well, you can't, and I'm not sitting here waiting for you to try. I'm getting out.
You ain't getting anywhere, Vance.
Let go of me. You can't free me.
Get back to your seat now, Stevens. Go ahead and sit down. Sit down.
Please sit down, Mr. Stevens. I know you're not our murderer. But I won't keep anyone in suspense any longer. We were a little late in getting started because I was waiting for a telephone call from my secretary, Miss Deering. I had to find a motive for my murderer. I know it now. Mr. Bennett, would you prefer to confess?
What? Me? Confess?
Shall I prove how I know you killed Sugar Keen?
I killed her. Well, Vance, there's something the matter with you. Did you hear that, everybody? He thinks I killed her. Now, why should I kill her? I needed her in my business. I liked her. She was my friend. Everybody tell Vance Sugar was my friend.
Oh, I don't doubt that you two were friendly, Mr. Bennett, but you killed her just the same. You were entrusted with an inheritance which she was to get when she was 23 next year.
Vance, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. My secretary found out that information from the attorney who represented Sugar Keen's dad up until his death. That was the phone message I got. My guess is you dissipated the money that was rightfully Miss Keen's, and that you couldn't face the accounting you knew you'd have to have with her shortly.
That still doesn't prove I killed her, does it? Everybody, does that prove I killed her?
Nobody knows it doesn't any better than I. But I can prove you did kill her. I said that before, didn't I? You see, I know something. The one little thing that will prove it to the complete satisfaction of the district attorney.
When you want cash to clean out bills, buy things, make home improvements, you name it, just call Beneficial Finance. You pick the terms, you pick the payments. So call Beneficial and
get that big okay.
Beneficial Finance Company.
You mean to tell me, Vance, that you're going to let me crawl with curiosity and you're not even coming down to the office?
That's right, Ellen. Well, it's partly right. I can control your curiosity even though I won't be down today.
Well, start controlling, boss. I've got questions to ask about that cover girl murder case.
You'll find the answers on the dictaphone. I dictated a record last night. Now I'm going to sleep. See you later, Ellen.
Oh, all right. But if you've left out anything, I'll be on the telephone. Bye, Van.
Goodbye.
Dictaphone, Well, we'll see.
Miss Deering, you probably want to know how I knew Al Bennett killed Sugar Keene and why I sent you to that attorney's office.
I certainly do.
We knew Miss Keene was strangled with a winding bracelet belonging to Betty Downs. But Betty Downs claimed she had never worn the bracelet. I knew that was probably true because she'd have no reason to lie about wearing it once she admitted she owned it. But to make certain, I checked with the store where she had purchased the bracelet. I was told it had been delivered late in the afternoon of the murder day.
Mighty good checking.
Al Bennett, however, knew she had that bracelet. How could he possibly know? He never saw her wear it. The only way he could have known is if he took it out of her apartment to use on Sugar Keene.
I wonder what he was doing in Betty Downs' apartment in the first place.
I imagine, with your logical mind, Ellen, you want to know why Bennett would go to Miss Downs' apartment. Well, I believe he went there to get something. A glove, a belt, a handkerchief. Something he could leave at the scene of the crime that would be traced to Miss Downs. He hit upon the coil bracelet. His one mistake.
And what a mistake.
Once Bennett said he knew Miss Downs owned the winding bracelet. I knew he was our man. And if there aren't any questions from you, Miss Deering, I believe that is all that needs explaining. Well?
Oh, what's the difference if I had a question? You couldn't answer it, could you? Hey, what am I doing talking to a record?
I thought I'd covered everything, Ellen. Or perhaps I should say, uncovered everything. Suffice to say that I'm sure we've reached the end of the Cover Girl murder case.
Calling all detectives. Most people consider golf a reasonably mild pastime. But I once had a case where a game of golf killed one person and convicted a second. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. There's one thing I, Jerry Browning, private detective, am sure about. You can't play with the idea of murder. It's a losing game. Hank Foster and I were on the practice green at swanky Silver Oaks Country Club, waiting our turn at the number 1 tee.
Sorry we have to wait, Jerry. Big turnout today.
There was a rumpus going on at the number 1 tee. Hank scowled.
That's R.J. Walker kicking up a fuss again. Every club has one old crab like that.
R.J. Walker was a genuine business tycoon, and I don't get to see people like that close up very often. I strolled over to the tee just as...
I won't have this, caddy. He's stupid, lazy, and steals golf balls.
The caddy was a nice-looking youngster. At the moment, mad clean through. He flung Walker's golf bag on the ground and stalked off. Walker fumed some more, but just then Hank came up to me.
Come on, Jerry. The caddy master's signaling. Let's tee off.
Right from the start, I played poorly. I was pressing, and the harder I tried, the wilder I got. Finally, on the 13th hole, I hit a screaming slice far into the rough. Both the caddy and I prowled the thick undergrowth in the rough. We didn't locate the ball, but we did find the lifeless body of R.J. Walker. Invited to play golf at a swanky country club, I hit a ball into the rough and found the body of wealthy, cantankerous R.J. Walker. Back at the clubhouse, a doctor diagnosed the death as instantaneous and resulting from
a sudden severe blow on the head. In my opinion, Mr. Walker was hit by a golf ball.
My friend Hank looked at me. So did my caddy. I knew what they were thinking, that it was the ball I hit into the rough that killed Walker. Huh? Maybe it was. I walked over to the body, took a good look at it. Hey, doctor, come over a second. Look at these skin abrasions and the depth of the wound. If Walker was killed by a golf ball, it must have been shot from a cannon to hit with such force. In my opinion, this was no accident. It was murder. I walked outside and almost ran into the caddy master. He was arguing with a tall man who had a golf bag slung over his shoulder.
I'm very sorry, sir, but this is a private club. When the Greens chairman reported that you didn't appear to be sponsored, it was my duty to question you.
When I tell you I'm the guest of R.J. Walker, if you'll call him, he'll identify me.
Isn't he likely to do that, sir? What is your name? And why didn't Mr. Walker sign you in on the guest book?
The tall man set down his golf bag, mopped his brow.
This is ridiculous. I'm Roger Powell. I'm in the same business as Mr. Walker, cotton milling. He invited me here to discuss a possible merger of our companies. I joined him at the 11th tee. We played 2 holes, then I lost my ball and got separated from him. If you ask him, I know he'll confirm it.
The caddy master looked unhappy.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Walker is dead. An accident.
Powell looked stunned. Then, without another word, picked up his golf bag and slowly walked away. I watched him go. Something about the man puzzled me. The story he'd told was straight enough, but some obscure mental impulse kept nudging me, warning of a false note. And then suddenly I had it. I found my friend Hank Foster in the clubhouse. Hank, do you know a man named Roger Powell?
My father knows him. Why?
He's outside, getting ready to leave. We've got to stop him, get him into a game of golf with us. Don't ask questions, just hurry. We caught up with Powell just as he was about to step into his car. His golf bag was propped against the fender, and I pretended to trip over it. Powell dived for the bag, recovered it, and stood glaring at me. I'm very sorry, sir. Entirely my fault. Powell nodded curtly and started to get into the car again when Hank stepped up.
Aren't you Roger Powell?
Powell turned.
Yes, I am. Why?
I'm Hank Foster. My father does a lot of business with your company.
Powell gave him a frosty smile. I put my hand on the car door, held it closed. Hank and I heard about your discussion with the caddy master, Mr. Powell. We don't want you to think that folks at Silver Oaks are rude to guests. In fact, we'd like you to play a round of golf with us. Powell obviously didn't want to do it, but Hank, taking his cue from me, was insistent. Finally,
well, I don't have time for a full round, but if you insist, I'll play a couple of holes.
I led off, hit one straight and clean down the fairway, now that I wasn't interested in how well I played. Then Powell teed up, with his bag still swinging from his shoulder. That was strange enough, but when he pulled a number 5 iron out of the bag...
Mr. Powell, you don't really drive with that, do you?
Powell was badly flustered.
Why, I always thought I'd like to try driving with this kind of a club.
Hank didn't get it.
And with a bag over your shoulder?
Powell shook his head, took a wild swing at the ball, and didn't even hit the ground. That's when I stepped up. It's no use, Powell. You can't bluff it. You may as well admit you've never played golf before. I think I'd better see what you've got in that golf bag. He put up a fight, but he didn't have a chance. While Hank held him, I looked through the bag and found the murder weapon. An iron club with a steel ball approximately the size of a golf ball attached to the end of it. He confessed after that. Tough old R.J. Walker had been ruining him. So Powell eliminated the competition. The hard way. After we turned him over to the police,
Hank and I finished our game. I was playing rotten again, now that it counted. Hank watched my hook go into a sand trap, shook his head.
You sure are a terrible player, Jerry. Is that why you suspected Powell couldn't play at all?
I smiled, shook my head. Nope. He was wearing ordinary street shoes with a pointed toe. And I figured no golf player, not even the worst duffer, would appear on a course in shoes like that. And that's all there was to it, aside from the fact that Hank beat me on every hole. Like I said, a lot of people play with the idea of murder. But those who carry it out are generally left holding the bag. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time a fireball, too handy with a target pistol, led me down a rocky road past a sleazy money grubber to a curly-headed corpse. And it might have gotten worse if I hadn't slowed down at the Hairpin Turn. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Hairpin Turn.
Hey, stop it. Put down that gun and listen to me.
Stay back, Uncle Enoch. How do you like that?
Well, if you could think just half as straight as you could shoot, I'd have nothing to worry about, but you can't. And it's high time you realize that
Oh, there's the house buzzer. Somebody's up at the house, Uncle Enoch. And this is Miles' night off.
Well, all right, I'll answer it. I'm expecting a man from the office. But as soon as I've finished with him, you and I are going to have a talk, young lady. Do you understand? I said... Oh, what's the use? Yes?
I'm Philip Marlowe to see Mr. Vanneman, Enoch Vanneman. I have an appointment.
Oh, come in, Marlowe. I'm Enoch Vanneman.
Oh.
I'm glad you're here. Step this way, will you? We'll talk in the study.
Okay, Mr. Vanneman. I thought... Those were pistol shots?
Yeah, that's Kay, my niece.
Sounds like a squad of Marines.
Yeah, she's a champion pistol shot. She's converted one of the garages into a target range.
Well, I seem to recall a city ordinance that says...
I know all about that ordinance, Mr. Marlowe. Save your breath.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Precisely. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Breaking a city ordinance is a perfect example of all the crackpot things that headstrong young fool insists on getting mixed up in.
And you want me to get mixed up with the crackpot, huh?
Yes, she has no more sense in her choice of male companions as she does in her hobbies. And she's a very rich girl.
Now, look, if this is a bodyguarding assignment, Mr. Vanneman, I want to tell
Kay
you...
has been going with a man named Cliff Lace, an unsavory type at least. Professional horse player, I think, and it was quite an affair.
Was quite an affair?
That's right. She threw Lace over for a new love recently. Fellow I've never met. She's serious, but refuses to tell me anything about him.
So?
So Cliff Lace doesn't like the idea because, from his standpoint, a very good thing has slipped through his fingers.
Oh. He's going to do something about it, huh?
And I don't know. But since about the time they broke up, a man's been snooping around the grounds here, Marlowe.
Really?
He's about 40, short, greasy looking. He has a flabby kind of face with fat lips and with a large black mole on the right side of his nose.
Hey, I may know that character, Mr. Vanneman. I'll have to check to be sure.
Marlowe, I want to know who he is and why he's been hanging around here. Also, I want to find out all there is to know about Kay's new man.
Tell me, how old is Kay, Mr. Vanneman?
She's 26. That's her picture there.
Oh, well, blonde fireball. Look, Mr. Vanneman, if she's 26, maybe her love life is none of your business.
It is my business. I'm her guardian, and I'm very fond of her. But she's reckless, stubborn, and erratic.
Yeah, well, money's great, but it'll never replace the old-fashioned parent.
Well, it's also a big responsibility, you know.
No, not firsthand, I don't.
It leaves one open to every crooked scheme in the book. Here, look, Marlowe. I've written my personal phone number on this card. You can reach me there privately at any time.
All right, Mr. Vanneman, I'll see what I can find out. I got in my car and I crossed the 2 acres of tailored flora the Vannemans called front yard. I could see in back the squat, windowless brick building topped by a skylight that housed the target range. Then a minute later, I drove out through the big Bel Air gate into Sunset Boulevard just as Kay Vanneman streaked past me in a sleek new Nash. I was sure I knew already who the snoopy little man who'd been hanging around was. The description of flabby face, fat lips, and mole fit tight on a guy named Mutt Pomeroy, who'd somehow been issued a private detective's license and somehow managed to keep it. He was just about as ethical as a stab in the back. I remembered he had an office in a fire trap on Bronson, so I made that my first stop. Climbed a flight of dark, smelly stairs to a tired door marked Pomeroy, Private Investigations. Well, there was no answer, so I tried the door. Somebody beside Mutt had been there ahead of me. Turned the place inside out. It was a shambles. I spent 5 minutes going over his files, scattered like leaves in November, and was still at it when the door behind me swung shut.
Lose something, chum?
Hello, Mutt.
What's the big idea tearing up my joint, Marlowe?
Hey, you know better than that. I wouldn't touch the stuff you keep on file without rubber gloves.
Real funny. If you didn't do this, then who did?
I came in and found it just like this. One of your clients must have gotten a little careless.
You're full of them tonight, aren't you?
Yeah.
What do you want here, Marlowe?
I need a little help, Mutt.
No kidding. Okay, chum, sit down. Glad to help out a brother sleuth any time at all. Now, what's your problem?
Why are you so interested in the Vanneman place?
Oh, the Vanneman place.
Yeah.
Huh? Quite a chunk of real estate they got there.
I know. What's the fascination?
A little simple investigation for a simple little lady.
For purposes of conversation, what'll we call her?
How does Estelle suit you?
Estelle?
Look, Marlowe, you got in free. Take the scraps and be happy.
Okay. But as you put it, the Vannemans own quite a chunk of real estate. We might subdivide. You might like to tell me how this Estelle ties in.
Yeah, I might at that, chum. She's worried about a guy. And from what I've seen of that jet-propelled blonde named Kay Vanneman, she's got plenty of reason to worry.
Guy's name wouldn't be Cliff Lace, would it?
Cliff Lace?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember, Marlowe.
Okay, Mutt, how much is it going to take?
Well, now, that's hard to say. I'll have to let you know. You see, I've got an angle on my end, too. My little client swears up and down there's no other woman involved. But, you know, the Estelles are always the last to know.
You're beginning to smell, Pomeroy.
And just how do you fit, Marlowe?
I'm helping a guy worry about a girl.
Well, that's real nice. And when your clients worry, the wrinkles make dollar signs, so you're always right. Is that it?
Thanks for everything. I'll see you around, Mutt.
Yeah, but don't go away mad, chum.
Oh, of course not. That's why I'm leaving now. It took a friend at the phone company all of 10 minutes to locate Cliff Lace's address for me, which turned out to be a snug bachelor's nest bungalow style at the foot of the Hollywood Hills, numbered 4300 Cherimoya. I parked, started for the front door, and on the way, past an open window where the silhouette of a man at a telephone was cut into neat slices by a Venetian blind. But his voice came through in one piece, and you couldn't miss it.
You see, Estelle, I know almost all about you. Oh, yeah. I got your name earlier tonight from a mutual friend, Mr. Mutt Pomeroy. Yeah, I think it's about time we got together for a little business conference, huh? Now, right there at the plaza in, say, 2 hours? You'll still be registered as Ruth Bridges. Good. Goodbye, Estelle.
When he hung up, he moved over to a bottle of Johnny Walker Scotch. I waited until he'd helped himself, and then I went to the door.
Yeah.
My name's Marlowe, Mr. Lace. I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
Whatever it was you were looking for when you ransacked Mutt Pomeroy's office tonight. Do I come in?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
But I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on. We both know that's a lie. Let's forget it and go on from there, huh?
Just a minute. You a cop?
No. But I'll call him at the drop of a hat. Make it easy on yourself.
What's Mutt Pomeroy to you?
Bag of worms. I want to know who he's working for. The fact that you had to break into his place to get information should let you out, so who is it?
What makes you think I'd know?
Because you found what you were looking for. What's Estelle's last name, Cliff?
You do get around, don't you, Brightboy?
Yeah, I do. Only sometimes not fast enough. Look, Buster, why don't you answer the door? Somebody's got his finger caught in the buzzer.
Yeah, that's right. Kay, I told you I didn't...
I stopped by to deliver something, Cliff. An ultimatum. I'm telling you for the last time...
Hold it. We're not alone.
I don't care what I have to say to you. I'll shout from the rooftops. We're through, washed up. Now get out of my life and stay out.
Kay, please.
Good evening, Miss Vanneman.
I don't know you, Slim, but keep out of this.
Look, darling, don't...
Now you listen. I'm in love with Boyce Neely. Really in love this time. I intend to marry him, and I won't have you...
Marry Boyce Neely? Don't be ridiculous.
Cliff, I'm warning you.
Look, you'll get this. You'll never marry Boyce Neely. That's one thing I'm sure of. I know a lot more about him than you do, darling. Believe me. When the time is just right, you're going to hear from me again, but loud.
Why, you filthy... If you try to do anything to hurt Boyce and me, Cliff Lace, help me, I'll kill you. I mean it.
Sometimes she's going to throw that temper at me just once too often.
Who are you kidding, Lace? Ever see her use a target pistol?
Ah, she's too smart to trump her own ace.
Don't count on it, mister.
No, I'm not worried. Where were we, Marlowe?
We were looking for some answers, which I just got. Good night, Lace. Keep your head down. The way things were breaking, I was sure if I didn't get to the woman named Estelle before Lace did, I wasn't going to get anywhere. So I spent the next hour folded up in a phone booth running down the list of respectable and semi-so hotels with the word plaza either fore or aft. Finally, a flute-voiced night clerk in a mid-Victoria number called the Royce Plaza confessed that they had a Ruth Bridges, which was the name that I'd heard Lace mention. She was registered from Santa Monica, but at the moment out. I was convinced that she was really Estelle, Mutt Pomeroy's client. So I drove over to the hotel, invested $5 with the night clerk, picked up a newspaper, and waited. Halfway down the sports page, a prim brunette came in who would have been pretty without the overload of nervous strain stamped on her face. As she crossed the deserted lobby, the clerk gave me a nod, so I called her name, caught up with her at the foot of the stairs.
You called me?
Yeah, if you could spare me a minute, Miss Bridges, I'd like to talk to you.
What do you want?
Well, my name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
A private detective?
Yeah, look, honey, let's move over into the corner. You know, that boy on the desk is going to sprain his neck if we don't.
But what do you want with me?
Well, suppose we start off with your real name, Estelle. What's the rest of it? Neely, maybe, huh?
How did you know that?
It's taken me all evening to get it. But that's the only way it figures. It's right, isn't it? You're married to Boyce Neely?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Mrs. Boyce Neely, but what business is that of yours?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. You hired Mutt Pomeroy to check on your husband because you're worried about him, right? Why?
Boyce is in trouble. He's in a jam, that's all.
Is it money?
No. Boyce does very well. He's in real estate in Santa Monica.
Oh, maybe with the law, huh?
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid so. He's been acting so strange. He wouldn't talk to me or anything. I just had to find out what was wrong.
I see. Well, look, what's your connection with Cliff Lace?
Why, I don't know any Cliff Lace.
Oh, come on, baby. Take it a little easy and try again. Cliff Lace, I know you called him tonight, and he called you.
All right. He wanted to talk to me about Boyce and some girl named Kay Vanneman, but he's crazy. I know he is. Boyce is not mixed up with another woman. He couldn't be.
I hope I meet your husband soon, Mrs. Neely. I'd like to punch him in the nose.
What do you mean?
Mutt Pomeroy was right. The Estelles are always the last to know. Look, do me a favor. Will you go up to your room, go to bed, and get some sleep? You're going to need it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
Hey, Buster, where's the phone?
Oh, right over there, sir.
Good book?
Mm-hmm. Huh? Oh, yeah, great. Chandler's new one, you know.
Chandler. Where have I heard that name before?
Hello? Enoch Vanneman?
Marlowe, Mr. Vanneman. Kay there?
No, she's not, Marlowe. And listen, I want you to forget whatever else you're doing and find her immediately.
Why, what's the matter?
She left here about 15 minutes ago in a fury.
Where was she going?
I don't know for sure. She left shortly after you did tonight. Then she came back about an hour ago.
I know. I ran into her. What happened this time?
She got a phone call from Cliff Lace. Something was said about him now being in the driver's seat, whatever that means. She was furious.
That's not good, Vanneman, believe me.
Well, it's worse than you think. You've got to stop her. Because when she left here, Marlowe, I'm quite sure she had her target pistol with her.
I hung up the phone, ran out to my car, and headed back to Cliff Lace's bungalow on Cheramoya. But Kay had a 15-minute head start, and at that hour, in her frame of mind, the drive in from Bel Air was a hop, skip, and a jump. The only hope was in Lace himself being smart enough to know that he'd overplayed his hand. The street was deserted when I pulled in and parked down the hill from the place. When I got to the front door and found it unlocked, I eased it open and went in. The living room was dark, but there was a light on in the bedroom, and I started for it. Before I saw the bulk of a figure leaning against the dark side of the frame.
Come on in, chum. Make yourself at home.
What are you doing here, Mutt?
Easy, Marlowe. There's no hurry. Not now, there's not. School's out, chum.
Where's Lace?
Inside. It was nice, clean, accurate, and exactly dead center. He never knew what hit him.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, for a moment, let's look at the headlines on CBS's Entertain tomorrow night. First, East is East and West is West. So, Jack Benny, on his way to New York, hasn't yet heard that the subway fare is a dime. Second, Charlie McCarthy, already in New York, rewrites Henry Fonda's tough-talking Navy officer in Mr. Roberts. And third, Andy of Amos and Andy, released from bail, jail, and Abigail, gets into new hot water. Besides these, you'll also find headliners Eve Arden, Red Skelton, Horace Heidt, and all the other great Sunday night shows on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Hairpin Turn.
A small, neat hole front and center at his forehead said that Cliff Lace had been shot to death. And everything from jealous motive to target pistol method pointed directly to Kay Vanneman. But that was still a long way from proof, and there was Mutt Pomeroy on hand. The kind who always figured only one way, to the right of the dollar sign.
Now, let's not jump to any dumb conclusions, Marlowe.
Like what?
Like the look on your kisser that wants to know what I'm doing here. That I can explain. I got Cliff Lace's name from you, and a sawbuck to the right guy gave me a rundown on him, a sort of a character analysis, you might say.
So
I figured he was the guy who frisked my office to find out who I was working for. He must have tagged me out of the Vanneman place, followed me down to my joint, then turned everything inside out until he ran across something that added for him.
Something like the name Estelle Neely, maybe?
You move fast, don't you, Marlowe?
Yeah, when there isn't too much crowding. I've got most of it already, Pomeroy, so spill.
Spill? I don't know what you mean, Marlowe.
I mean that Estelle Neely hired you to find out why her husband was worried. You came up with an answer, all right. It was called Other Woman.
So?
Estelle didn't even suspect anything about another woman. And you didn't tell her what you found out because it was Kay Vanneman, a gal with $1 million, right or wrong.
Suppose you're right, Marlowe. What are you getting at?
A possibility that you could have done this.
Kill Lace? Why?
Because Lace was playing the same game that you are, chum, blackmail. Your motive was money and so was his. Plus the fact that he didn't like Kay giving him his walking papers.
So when he wouldn't come to terms with me, I killed him, is that it?
Yeah, it could be. Can you prove otherwise?
No, I can't. But other things can, Marlowe. Things, yeah. Like that lipstick-smeared cigarette in the ashtray behind you. It's not my brand. And I don't drop hairpins on the carpet when I kill. Do I go on? Or were you just trying it for size because you hate to think that a gorgeous item like young moneybags could be it? Right or wrong, Marlowe?
You know, leveling with you, Pomeroy, takes the kind of talent that can cash a $7 bill at a bank.
Who are you calling, Marlowe?
The cops. It's the custom.
Wait. Look, don't be a sap. What'll that get you?
A killer, maybe.
Yeah, and from there on a pat on the head, a well done from the law. Get smart, chum. Shielding a murderer is a lot healthier for the bank account than nailing one every time.
Get your hand off the phone,
Now,
Pomeroy.
Marlowe, listen.
Get it up!
Okay, go on, louse it up, Boy Scout. Who knows, maybe some bright day you might even run for alderman, Marlowe.
Without your votes, I'm sure.
Homicide, Sergeant Becker.
Phil Marlowe, Sarge. There's a DOA waiting for you. 4300 Cheramoya. Name's Cliff Lace. Occupation questionable. He was shot.
Any idea who did it, Marlowe?
Yeah. Poor little rich girl named Kay Vanneman, or her sweetheart, one Mr. Boyce Neely.
Who lives in Santa Monica?
Yeah. Where's the fit?
I don't know. How long ago was this Lace killed, Marlowe?
30, 40 minutes? Why?
Neely's clear. We picked him up at his own home better than 2 hours ago. He's in a pokey now.
What'd you get him on?
Hit and run a month ago. It's alleged that he knocked an old lady out of a crosswalk and into a hospital without even stopping to watch her bounce. Some anonymous tipster phoned the dope in around 6 tonight. Said the repaint job on Neely's car would prove it. It did. So that just leaves this Veneman babe, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. But you know, Becca,
Hey,
there's...
Marlowe, come here quick, out in the backyard there. It's K. Vanneman.
I'll call you later, Becca. We got company. Get the lights, Pomeroy, and stay down.
Don't worry, Marlowe. The driveway alongside the house is the only way out.
All right, watch it from the front. I'll go through the kitchen and out the back door. Play it close.
Check.
But remember, Pomeroy, nobody gets trigger happy.
Don't worry, chum.
Kay! Come on, baby. You're cornered back there. Talk up.
Who's that?
Philip Marlowe, the guy you saw here with Cliff Lace earlier tonight. I'm also a private detective who's working for your uncle and trying to keep you out of trouble. Now, let's have the target pistol, baby. Come on, throw it in.
I can't. I don't have one.
Uncle Enoch says different. He told me you left the house with
I
it.
told you I don't have one.
All right, come on out. But slowly, hands high, no jokes. I always lose my sense of humor right after murder.
After...
Yeah. Lace was shot to death. Never mind the carefully arched eyebrows. You're in too deep, honey.
You don't think I had anything to do with Cliff Lace getting killed, do you?
Oh, no. It's all one great big coincidence, huh?
Why don't you leave, Miss Vanneman? I said, why don't you leave?
Well, how about it, Mr. Marlowe?
Go ahead. I won't try to stop you. If you're guilty, you won't get very far.
Well, all right.
All right, Pomeroy, what's on your mind?
A partnership, chum.
Based on what, chum?
Based on the fact that I saw you kill Cliff Lace.
Fact? You what?
Yeah. I saw you standing over the body with a smoking gun.
Come on. You don't think you can really make that stick, do you?
No, but it would keep you busy explaining for a while, long enough for me to wind up my business.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Well, Marlowe, what'll it be? You and me as partners doing business with old Enoch Vanneman on behalf of the niece I'm sure he'll want to protect? Or me in business for myself? Well, which?
It'll be partners, Pomeroy.
Okay, chum. Let's get inside and clean up. The lady was kind of careless around the edges.
Hey, the split. How far does it go?
50-50. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
After you, Phil. Now get that cigarette butt and the hairpin on the copper there. Then tell Sergeant Becker that you were jumping the gun about the Vanneman girl because you just found out that she was at home all night. I'll check the rest.
Okay, Mutt. First the cigarette butt, then the hairpin. Hey.
What is it, Marlowe? What's with the hairpin? Why'd you say... Marlowe, quick, get the light. Someone's out front.
Don't shoot it. Maybe the law.
In skirts? Look, get in that car over there. It's a babe, and 5 will get you 10 that she answers the name of Kay. Oh, that jerk's going to be a Lulu to protect.
Yeah. Well, we better go in.
Hey, the hairpin you dropped into your pocket, Marlowe. What's so special about it?
Oh, nothing. It was just a hunch I had. Forget it.
Marlowe, I want to see it.
Okay. Here. Get a good look. Partner. Fast 20-minute drive back out to Bel Air and the Vanneman place. All the way I worried hard that the hunch I was playing was right and that I was going to be too late to do anything about it. When I was there, parked halfway up the pebble driveway, out of my car and running toward the fluorescent light and the sound of a woman's voice that filtered through the heavy iron mesh over an air vent in the windowless target range, I slowed to a walk, switched to 45 from pocket to right hand, and then I moved up to where I could both see and hear. Kay Vanneman was huddled in the far corner, her eyes crowded with fear and riveted on the dainty but lethal .22 automatic that Cliff Lace's murderer pointed straight at her head. Estelle Neely had her back to me, but with the grill that was designed to stop bullets between us, there was nothing I could do.
You've got to listen to me. Please listen before you do anything crazy. I swear I never knew that Boyce was married. I'd never have gone with him if I'd known.
You're a liar.
No, it's the truth, I tell you. It started like the others, fun and no questions asked. But then I fell in love, and it never occurred to me that he might have been married.
Stop it! I don't want to hear any more. I've already killed once for Boyce, the guy I turned into the police for something he did a month ago.
You turned your own husband over.
I did that so they'd put him away out of your reach. You'd never wait for him. You'd go your own merry, merry way a week after he was in jail. Boyce would be glad to come back to me after 5 years of living in a cage like an animal. And he'd never suspect that I was the one who informed. I hired a private detective, Mutt Pomeroy, and made sure that he knew I never even suspected that Boyce could have anything to do with another woman.
Then Boyce would never realize it was you who turned him in, because you had no motive. Mutt Pomeroy would be your witness to that.
I killed Cliff Lace because he traced me from Pomeroy, and then found out that I was the one who told the police about Boyce. He would have blackmailed me forever. And I'm not sorry. Nor will I be when I kill you. Now sit down, Miss Vanneman, and listen carefully.
I couldn't shoot, and I knew that it would be disastrous to yell, but I had to do something in a hurry. I moved up quietly to the door. It was locked. That only left one chance, the skylight on the roof. The building was low, and a lawn chair nearby was all the help I needed. When I was up and over to the skylight, there was glass and no mesh underneath. I still hadn't made it, because from that angle I could see Kay, but only hear Estelle.
Now you know just what kind of a woman is going to kill you.
But why me? I told you.
I don't care what you told me. It was you, young and beautiful, that started all this. All this is almost over now because the other detective, that Marlowe, knows that I killed Lace. He found a hairpin there. I saw him from a window. I saw him pick up the hairpin, Miss Vanneman.
No, stay back.
The black hairpin that couldn't possibly belong to a blonde like you. The hairpin that said Marlowe knows that I killed Lace. So I'm through, and I know it. But before they get me, my hand, it's...
Marlowe, is she dead?
No, just out. Well, fireball, any appropriate wisecracks?
Wisecrack? Not for quite a while, Marlowe. I'm too scared.
Well, it was the usual hour and a half of questions and answers with client, followed by the same questions and answers with police before I finally closed the door on Enoch Vanneman's marble halls and started down past the manicured shrubbery to where I'd left my car. Outside, the night was cold and clear. As I walked, I looked up at the vastness overhead and wondered why I had the kind of job that made me no more than a houseboy with gun for a rich guy with a badly spoiled niece. But I stopped wondering when I was at my car and no longer alone.
I just wanted to say thanks before you left, Phil. I'm going to do my best to stay out of trouble from here on out. You know why?
No, why?
Because I want to be good enough for the right guy who may come along someday. A guy like you, I mean.
Oh?
Thanks, Phil. I'm very grateful.
Yes, well, my job's all right 9 times out of 10.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were G.B. Hunter, Jay Novello, Olive Deering, Ralph Moody, Tony Barrett, and Charles Russell. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It happened in a place called Bay City where I was unwelcome to a fat fry cook with a secret and a dapper gambler who smoked oversized cigarettes. But where to the long arm of the law, I was poisoned.
Philip Marlowe has a new night, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesdays. Yes, starting February 7th, the adventures of Philip Marlowe will be heard every Tuesday night at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Be sure and listen. Remember, Tuesday night, Marlowe night. And 1 week from tonight, at this time, you'll find one of your favorite radio families, the Goldbergs. Yes, Molly, Jake, Sammy, Rosie, and all their friends are moving from Friday nights on CBS to Saturdays, starting next Saturday. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs and Arthur Godfrey's Digest will now be heard every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cola, P1856. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Mile High Murders. A thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now, another report to the American people. In your family's interest, listen to these findings, recently released by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated. After thorough and impartial tests, Pepsi-Cola proved of highest purity. Pepsi-Cola has more quick food energy and value, ounce for ounce, than any other leading nationally known cola. Yes, tested, compared against all other leading nationally known cola drinks, Pepsi-Cola won out. You get the best and twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now to Counterspy.
M5 Havana calling. Easy, George, Able, Nan. M5 Havana calling. Easy, George, Able, Nan.
This is Easy, George, Able, Nan. Come in, M5. Come in.
Important emergency instructions. Repeat emergency. I'm sending boat out to rendezvous point 17, William Richard, which you will pass over in a few minutes. At point 17, William Richard, you will bail out of plane.
M5. What about the merchandise?
Disregard merchandise.
Now, look, M5, I can't do a thing like that. After all, the cargo.
Cargo must be sacrificed to preserve safety of all concerned.
But maybe we can work it out another way. I don't want to have anything to do with...
This is in order. And final. Switch to automatic pilot for gradual dive and bail out. Did you hear me, Easy George?
Switching to automatic pilot for gradual dive.
That's better.
So bail out, M5. This is Easy George, Able Man, signing off.
Quiet down. Quiet down. I've got bad news for you. I can't smuggle you into the state. Now, you do just as I say, or I'll have to use this gun. All 8 of you, move back in the ship. Let go the tail. That's it right there. Now stay right there till I pull this lever. Parachuting out the bomb tank.
Please, have mercy.
Sorry, honest, but I can't help you.
We do not have to be afraid to die, my friend. But if we were as wicked as these men, we should be afraid to leave.
I said I was sorry. That's all I can say.
He shot out of the plane. We will be killed. We will all die. We must pray, please, pray. Ave Maria, gratia plena. Dominus tecum. Benedictus tuum.
Keep those birds of yours quiet, especially that stinking vulture.
Since your return to Cuba from your aborted mission, you've not been yourself, Egan.
Those birds screeching that way make me think of those poor refugees in the plane, pleading for their lives. Rosa,
See you, Senor Egan.
give me another drink.
See you, Senor.
And hurry up, you fat sow. Egan is anxious to drown his conscience in my best wine.
It's easy for you to talk, Gregor, sitting here in your patio and listening to your crazy birds. You didn't have to dump 8 helpless people into the ocean. Sure, you can sleep at night.
Here is your drink, Senor Egan.
Thanks, Rosa.
Egan, in our business, sometimes drastic steps are necessary for self-preservation.
Talk is cheap. You didn't see their faces.
Perhaps, but I see the logic in disposing of them. If you had landed at the field in Florida with that shipment of aliens, you would have been picked up by the police. Would you have preferred that? Of course you would.
All right. But how did the police know about the trip?
Someone dropped a hint to them. Tell him, Ross.
At El Montero Cafe, I was told its light was spotty.
Was anything said about me, Rosa?
No, Senor.
By the way, Egan.
Yes?
Rosa also had something else at the Montero Cafe. Something about you. Rosa.
I heard, Senor Egan, that when you had delivered some of Senor Gregor's clients safely to the United States, you took money from them. Blackmail money.
That's a rotten lie.
Of course, it's only a rumor.
I don't care what it is. It's still a lie.
It had better be, Egan. For your sake.
You can't frighten me, Gregor, because I've got nothing to hide. I've always been on the up and up with you.
Very well, Egan. Now let's get back to business. We will continue our weekly passenger run from Cuba to Florida.
How can we? The cops are onto us.
We will no longer use a large plane. Temporarily, we will reduce our activities by using a small 5-passenger plane. And from now on, you will not land at our isolated field in Florida. Instead, we will avail ourselves of desolate stretches of beach along the coast.
Nothing's going to stand in the way of your making a fortune. Not even my neck, huh, Gregor?
Nothing, Egan. And least of all, your neck.
Operator, this is Captain Kincaid of the Miami Office Immigration Service. I want to put in a person-to-person call to Mr. David Harding, Chief of the Counterspies in Washington.
Hello, Captain Kincaid. This is Harding.
Oh, Mr. Harding, on that matter we discussed last week when I was in Washington, an emergency has arisen. We'd appreciate having Counterspy cooperation in this case now.
Anything at all, Captain.
Can you assign one of your Miami agents?
Better than that, Captain. I'm going to give this case my personal supervision. My assistant, Harry Peters, and I will leave immediately for Miami by jet plane.
Go ahead, Captain Kincaid. Well, Mr. Harding, this is the obsolete light army bomber I had flown over here to the Miami City airport to illustrate my theory.
Peters and I are very anxious to hear it. Please continue.
Now, this is the way I reconstruct the story. A surplus Army bomber, identical with this one, left from an improvised runway outside Havana, Cuba last Friday with 8 aliens aboard. That we're fairly sure of through a contact in Havana.
But the plane never landed here in the States.
No, Mr. Peters. We had it under spotter observation in the Caribbean and suddenly lost it. And it didn't return to its Cuban base either.
What about the aliens?
I'm just getting to that, Mr. Harding. All right, Bob. Mr. Harding, my theory is the bomb bay doors were opened like that, and the aliens were forced to jump to their deaths in the Caribbean, thousands of feet below. Mass murder.
Chief, this is about the lowest crime we've ever come across. The absolute lowest. Well, Kincaid, I suppose the smugglers must have been tipped off that their plane was spotted and warned the pilot, maybe by radio, huh?
I figure it the same way, Mr. Harding.
It could be, Chief, that the pilot bailed out and was picked up while the aliens went down with the plane. That's possible, Peters. That would account for the disappearance of the plane. Anyway, let's get started. Havana, our next stop, Chief? Havana next, Peters. With the cooperation of the Cuban police, we're starting on this alien smuggling racket by smuggling ourselves into Havana by speedboat.
Yes?
Senor Gregor, I'm coming to your house. I have something very interesting for you.
What is it, Rosa?
A letter, senor, from people in the United States to people here in Havana. What I told you about Senor Egan is no longer a rumor.
There's the pier ahead, Mr. Harding. Here's the glass. Oh, thank you.
Well, it looks isolated enough for our purposes.
Good idea, Dave, taking this speedboat instead of a plane. Smugglers probably have their eyes on every airfield in Cuba.
There's no doubt about that, Peter. They have a terrific investment to protect.
We know there are thousands of aliens in Cuba, poor devils waiting for the chance to get into the United States. Those who can't get in under the legal quota are willing to pay their last cent to be smuggled in.
Nice game. Traffic in human misery. Dave, have you lined out a modus operandi for us?
Yes. Now, once we're smuggled in, we'll try to get ourselves smuggled out again.
Smuggled out? Dave, they'll know that we're not here.
They'll never catch on to you, Peter.
Uh-oh. Here I go again, huh?
You're still my star actor, Peter.
Okay, let's have it.
Well, by the time we get to Havana, you're going to look and talk like an alien. An alien willing to pay any price to get refuge in the United States.
Good afternoon, Senor Gregor.
The letter, Rosa.
See the letter. You're anxious to see it, no?
Where is it?
Senor Gregor, you are a man of business. Rosa is a woman of business. She is not beautiful. She is not young and thin. So there is nothing left in life for poor Rosa. But money.
Rosa, you've always reminded me of my pet vulture here. The most disgusting of creatures.
You pay me a compliment, Senor Gregor. He is a cunning bird also, eh, Senor?
All right. How much for the letter?
$200.
The longer I know you, the more repulsive you become.
And the more valuable, eh, Senor? $200, please.
Here.
Much gracias. Here it is.
Yeah. The pilot made us give him our last dollars when we landed in the United States. We had to do it because if we didn't, he said he would report us to the American government.
You are being cheated, Senor Gregor.
You stupid cow. You think only the money worries me? Letters like this cause trouble. Talk gets around. Egan has put my entire business in grave danger.
My knife, Senor. For $100, I could use it well.
I don't need you for this. Do not worry, Rosa. When the time comes, I will put an end to Egan personally. You see this dish of raw meat? Come with me over to the pool and you will understand quite clearly.
The pool?
My fish pond.
But you do not feed fish beef like this.
Rosa, my fish, you do feed beef like this. Those creatures you see swimming in my pond are piranha fish, a very unusual species from Brazil. Watch what happens when I throw the fish into the water. Now watch.
Like worms, they make a gap.
They say, Rosa, that a small school of piranha fish can strip a human body of flesh in 4 minutes. An amusing thought, eh, Rosa?
Very amusing.
Observe. The fish seems to be still hungry. See them skimming the surface? Perhaps they should have bigger bait. Huh? What do you think, Rosa? Huh?
In a moment, back to Counterspy, presented by delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too.
Yes, twice as much and better, too. You know Pepsi gives you twice as much. You know Pepsi's better, tastes better. But now I want to make sure you know which cola drink is of proven highest quality. Listen.
Impartial tests were made comparing all the leading nationally known colas. And here's the news. Delicious Pepsi was rated tops for quick food energy and honest-to-goodness value, ounce for ounce.
Yes, more value and quick food energy in every tasty sip of Pepsi. That's why Pepsi is so refreshing. Why you feel so good. Why you're on the beat. Why people call Pepsi their favorite treat. When the quality's proof tops and the taste is so delightful, so refreshing that you bubble and the quantity is double. Say, is it any wonder Pepsi's America's big, big favorite? Insist on tasty Pepsi wherever you may be. At the fountain, say, Pepsi, please. At the stand, say, Pepsi, please. And at the store, get Pepsi in the money-saving carton of 6 big bottles. How about getting a carton tonight of delicious Pepsi-Cola?
Delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Now back to Counterspy.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah?
Please, a lighter for my pipe.
Why? Oh, certainly. Here you are.
All clear, Mr. Harding?
All clear, Peters. No one in this section of the park. We can talk right here. How did you make out as Mr. Kovac?
Passed my first test with flying colors, Dave. I registered at the hotel patronized by refugees. I managed to make friends pretty quickly.
Any leads?
One of my new friends advised me that I might get what I wanted if I paid a visit to El Montero Cafe.
El Montero Cafe, huh?
A small native barroom on Del Carro Street. The place is run by a fat, middle-aged woman named Rosa. My friend also said that a visit to Rosa is the first step in making entry into the States.
Rosa must be the contact between the aliens and the smugglers.
Looks that way, Dave.
All right, Peters, or rather, Mr. Kovac, I guess it's time for you to visit this Rosa at El Montero Cafe. See how you make out in your second test.
And what do you want with me, Senor Kovac?
I have come to you for help, Rosa.
Help?
I wish passage to the United States.
To get to the United States, Senor Kovac, one has only to obtain passage on plane or boat. Why come to me?
I was told by friends that you could advise me of the steps necessary to get into the United States without detection by the authorities.
Senor, such a means of entry is dangerous, illegal. And they say expensive.
I have $25,000.
25,000. It would be a shame that a gentleman so anxious as you should not get what he wishes. Where are you staying in Cuba, Senor Cuba?
The Hotel Paloma.
Be in your hotel room at 10 tomorrow morning. And American named Egan will call on you and explain the arrangement.
Oh, thank you, Rosa. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Then you passed your second test with flying colors, too, huh, Peters?
I guess I did, Dave. And your idea of mentioning $25,000 didn't do any harm. Did you manage to get a line on Egan after I called you earlier?
According to the Cuban police, Egan runs a small passenger plane service between Havana and Miami.
Mm-hmm. Probably a cover-up for smuggling activities. Anyway, Chief, we'll be able to put an end to Egan's business tomorrow morning.
Oh, Peters, I'm not just interested in Egan and Rosa. It's obvious we can pick them up any time. No, there's somebody else, somebody who's masterminding this operation.
I guess you're right, Dave, but how to get to him?
Well, I'd say that's up to you, and how well you do on your third test, Mr. Kovac.
Yes?
Senor Gregor, this is Rosa.
What is it, Rosa?
I have been looking all over for Egan. He is nowhere to be found.
Egan is here with me, waiting for me out in the patio. I was just about to introduce him to my amusing piranha fish.
But you will need Egan to fly the plane.
I've made arrangements for another pilot. He will be here next week.
But I have for you a client who wishes a trip to the United States now.
The client will wait, Rosa.
But he is willing to pay $25,000.
Oh? Well, Rosa, that is a different matter. It is fortunate you did not call me a few minutes late.
I made arrangements with the client for Egan to be at his hotel tomorrow morning at 10.
Very well, Rosa. Egan will be there. I will apologize to my piranha fish for the postponement.
There will be no postponement, Mr. Egan.
Don't you worry about that, Kovac. You show up tonight in the back room at El Montero Cafe with the $25,000. And by this time tomorrow, you'll be safe and snug in the USA.
United States of America. I can hardly wait. Mr. Egan, I'm so grateful to you for... excuse me, please. Hello?
Senor Kovac, this is Rosa. Is Senor Egan there?
Oh, yes, he is. Senor Egan, it is Rosa. She wishes to speak with you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Rosa?
There is trouble. Do not betray yourself with words or looks.
Sure, Rosa. Go ahead.
A friend was just here in El Montero and told me about Senor Kovac. This morning at the hotel, there he saw the man who visited Kovac. The visitor was David Harding of the United States Counterspy.
What? Thanks for telling me, Rosa. Thanks very much.
You seem troubled, Mr. Egan. Did Rosa have bad news?
Not exactly, Kovac. Coming like it did now, in a way, it was good news.
Then everything will go as she arranged.
Well, there'll be just one thing.
My arm! Why are you trying to get out of this grip? More, it's going to hurt. I do not understand. Why are you doing this? I'll explain just as soon as I get this gun out of your shoulder holster.
All right, now. Get back.
Up against that wall. What is the meaning of this?
You can drop the act. Rosa phoned to tell me about some information she got on your visitor here this morning. Harding at the Counterspy. What do you got to say to yourself now?
Just one thing, Egan. If you're smart, you'll drop that gun and give yourself up.
You think I'm crazy, Kovac?
Just to set you straight, the name is Peters.
A Counterspy, too.
That's right, Egan.
So you want me to give myself over to you, that it?
It might go easier on you. If you do get away now, Egan, I'll get you anyway. I'll hound you till I get you.
That's where you're wrong, Peters. Your hounding days are over. I'm getting out of here. But you're not. fool, Egan. Murdering a counterspy, you stupid, idiotic fool.
What do you expect me to do, Gregor? Let him take me in?
This will ruin everything.
So I'll lay low where they won't find me.
Don't you realize now the counterspies will find you wherever you go? They won't rest until you're captured.
I thought you were so smart, Gregor. I thought you had a way of handling everything.
Of course. There's a way of handling this. Now that you're here, I have nothing to worry about.
What? What's the idea of that gun?
The idea, Egan, is self-preservation. If you were ever captured, you would blurt out my part in the smuggling business.
No, Gregor. You can trust me.
I had intended to rid myself of you last night. You were saved by the fat, disgusting swine, Rosa. Now I'll take up where I left off.
Gregor, please. Wait. Don't.
I'm not going to shoot, Egan. Huh? I'm just taking you to the edge of the pool over there. Then I'll leave it to my piranha fish to destroy all evidence of your being. Now, Egan, you will commence walking to the...
Buonasera, Senor.
Rosa, you threw that knife into Gregor.
Si.
But why? You were on his side.
That you do not understand how a woman feels to be talked to the way Senor Gregor always talked to me. I am not so young, nor am I so beautiful. I am not so fat, so disgusting as he said. I have been waiting for such an opportunity as this to answer Senor Gregor.
Hey, he's still alive.
See, I meant it so. I aimed my knife so that he should not die so easily, so painlessly.
I'll get a gun and finish him off.
Wait! Do not fire that gun.
But I have
to planned for him the death he planned for you. We will feed him to his cannibal fish, Senor Egan.
In the pond? Now, look, Rosa, I can't...
I have saved your life. You will do as I wish, no?
Okay. Guess I owe it to you.
You can drag him across the patio by the feet.
Yeah.
Even a woman such as I has feelings. He should not have talked to me that way.
Stop where you are. What? Don't move. Keep him covered, Peters. Got him, Mr. Harding.
Peters?
Senor Kovac, you're alive.
Sorry to disappoint you two.
Can't be. I fired 2 shots into you.
Those were blanks in Peter's gun, Egan. They were in there waiting for you to use them.
Egan, give it a drink.
That's right, Rosa. It was a member of the Cuban secret police who informed you that I'd visited Kovac's room. We wanted you to tip off Egan so he would lead us to the head smuggler.
Here we are, thanks to those blanks.
Okay, but the slugs in this gun aren't blank.
Drop that gun, Egan. You don't have a chance.
I got nothing to lose. We're making a try.
Stop, Egan.
All right, Peters, let it happen.
Peter's that engine.
Yes, Chief. Nobody can live with those piranha fish.
You can call the Cuban police now. Tell them to come out for Rosa and Gregor. Then we'll fly back home. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Bring it on now. Enjoy that bubbling, tangy, tasty treat. Sure hits the spot. At parties, it's a wonderful idea to serve delicious Pepsi. That extra quick food energy gives folks that bounce, that zing. And Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottles go twice as far. You get a carton of 6 bottles, and you serve 12 full-size drinks. So save that money. Get the best, and get twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you. That's it. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Hoodlum's Hero on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. This is Jay Jackson speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight. Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi.
Most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
9 Hours to Live, for Nick Carter and the Death House Mystery.
And now, a late news bulletin. 9 hours from now, at the stroke of midnight, Johnny Waldron, the blonde-faced killer convicted of the murder of Mrs. Cornelia Steeling, will go to the chair. Just 30 minutes ago, the condemned man made a last request. But Johnny Waldron did not ask for a sumptuous last meal in the tradition of the condemned, nor did he ask to see his nearest and dearest relative, his wife, Laura. No, Johnny Waldron's request was for something much more dramatic. He asked to see the great detective, Nick Carter. Now, just what this last-minute conference means is anybody's guess. Perhaps a reprieve for Waldron. Perhaps a clue as to what happened to the Fielding jewels, which up to now have not even been found. At any rate, the master detective, Nick Carter, has consented to talk with Waldron, and is probably at this very moment entering Death House Row. Keep tuned to this station for further dramatic developments.
He's in number 1. We moved him to number 1 this morning. You see, it's a shorter ways to walk to the chair. Number 1.
You all ready to go?
Yeah, the barber was in and shaved his head and legs about an hour ago.
How have you taken it?
Oh, there ain't been a peep out of him. Don't want nothing to eat. Don't want a chaplain. Nothing at all. The only request he's made is to see you. Funny time to ask to see a detective, huh? If you don't mind my asking, Mr. Carter, what made a big shot like you decide to see him?
Well, maybe I'm curious to know what's in his mind. Or maybe I'm just a softie about a fellow's going to die in a few hours.
I don't believe that you got any sympathy for a criminal. Not you. Not when a man's a killer. Yeah, here we are. Here's your company, Waldron.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Waldron.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
You got 5 minutes.
All right, guard. Well, Johnny?
Oh, so you did come. Gosh, I was afraid you wouldn't.
Well, I must admit I was surprised when the warden called me and said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, I imagine you were. Gee, it was sure nice of you to come.
Let's skip the formalities, Johnny. Time's too short for chit-chat. Come to the point. What's on your mind?
Mr. Carter, you think I'm guilty, don't you?
Well, didn't follow your case too closely. But you had a fair trial, and you were found guilty. What would you have me believe?
I'd like to have you believe that I'm innocent.
Pretty late in the game to convince anybody of that, Johnny.
Oh, I'm not looking for a last-minute reprieve. That isn't what I asked you to come out here for. Well, I got word a little while ago that the governor refused my last request for a reprieve. I just made up my mind that I'd only be kidding myself if I hoped any longer.
Why did you want to see me, Johnny?
Mr. Carter, I know I haven't got a chance. I'm going to be gone in just a few hours now. But I could go a lot easier if I thought that maybe someday the world would know the truth. They'd know that Johnny Waldron was innocent.
Johnny, if I thought you were innocent, I'd start the wheels turning right now to get your reprieve.
Oh, wait. Let me finish, Mr. Carter. I know you don't believe me. Nobody does. I guess I couldn't expect you to believe me after the way things went at the trial.
But sitting here in death row, waiting, the idea came to me that maybe Nick Carter would show him someday. Of course, I'd be gone, but, well, you see, there's Laura, my wife. She's going to keep on living, and it'll be hard for her.
I suppose she believes you're innocent.
Oh, she stuck by me swell. She's a wonderful woman, and I don't want the world to look on her as the widow of a murderer. Mr. Carter, all I'm asking is that after I'm gone, in your spare time, will you try to prove that they executed the wrong man? Just for my wife's sake.
Johnny, if you're innocent, who do you think did rob the Fielding safe and kill Mrs. Fielding?
I don't know, Mr. Carter.
What? There's nobody you even suspect?
Well, the only one that... No, I'm not going to accuse somebody I'm not sure of. I've only got a few more hours to live, and I don't...
If you want me to do anything for you, Johnny, you better tell me everything you can about this.
No. You'll find it for yourself once you start looking.
Well, I've got to have some kind of evidence to go on it.
I don't have any. Cards were stacked so well against me, but go see Laura. She's never stopped working for me. Maybe she knows more by now.
Look here. If that's the case, why haven't you had a lawyer working for you right up to the last minute?
Lawyers. I never had that kind of dough. Oh, a couple of shysters came around thinking maybe I had the Fielding jewels tucked away someplace. When they found out they weren't going to get a cut, they faded pretty fast. Even if you decided to do anything for me, Mr. Carter, I wouldn't be able to pay you for your trouble. You'd have to do it just as a favor to a dying man.
You don't know where the jewels are?
No, Mr. Carter. How could I know? I didn't do that job. Look, you go see Laura. She'll tell you whatever she can.
All right. Time's up, Mr. Carter. All right, Garrett. Well, Johnny, I'll look into your case.
I don't suppose you believe me.
I bet he's been telling you an innocent man is being sent to the chair, huh? He tells that to everybody. Did it ever occur to you, guard, that he might be telling the truth?
Why?
So long, Johnny. Good luck.
Oh, thanks for coming, Mr. Carter. And thanks for whatever you can do for me, sir.
I'd very much like to know what happened to those Fielding jewels.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, maybe they'll turn up while you're investigating.
Think so? I wonder.
Say, guard, how long is it until
8 hours, Johnny. Just 8 hours more.
Hello, Nick Carter's office.
Oh, Patsy, this is Nick.
Oh, Nick, thank heaven you called. This place is a madhouse. The office is filled with reporters. The newspaper and broadcasting companies have been telephoning. The district attorney has been trying to reach you.
Well, what's the trouble?
They want to know if you're going to try to get a reprieve for Johnny Waldron. The DA said he'd stick around his office all evening. And he's contacted the governor, and he'll be on tap ready.
Reprieve? Well, great heaven, I just talked to the fellow. I don't have any evidence, none whatsoever. What's the matter with the DA?
Well, when Nick Carter goes to work on a case, even at the 0 hour, something usually pops.
I'll tell him to hang on to the hats a while. And you, Patsy, go up to the courthouse and get a transcript from the Waldron trial. Dig up what you can out of our files about Waldron. I'm heading back from State's prison right away. Meet you in front of the office.
All right, Nick. But we're going to have to work fast. They throw the switch in exactly 7 hours and 40 minutes. Waldron was really hired as a chauffeur. It was brought out of the trial that he ingratiated himself with the old lady every chance he got.
Oh?
You know, Mrs. Fielding was an invalid. Waldron used to carry her up and down stairs and waited on her and all that sort of thing. He was inside the house a great deal. Then, let's see now. Oh, the gun was traced to Mrs. Fielding's stepson, Tom Fielding. But the prints on the gun were Waldron's.
Her stepson lived there with her?
Yes, just the two of them. Waldron and all the other servants slept out and reported for work in the mornings at 8.
When was the body found?
On a Thursday night at 10 o'clock, in the library of the house. Tom Fielding came home from his club and found her. The safe was open and the jewels and money gone. Of course, any of the servants, as well as Tom Fielding, might have known the combination of the safe. Mrs. Fielding often opened it in front of all of them. The defense harped on that at the trial, but Waldron's prints on the gun and his alibi being so flimsy cooked his goose.
I see.
How did Waldron strike you, Nick? Guilty?
It's the evidence that tells the tale in any case, Patsy. If we could find the party who has the missing Fielding jewels...
It would look pretty grim for that party.
I said it wouldn't look good, that's sure.
Oh, Nick, look at the time.
5:50.
In 6 hours and 10 minutes, an innocent man may be electrocuted.
Oh, no, Patsy. No innocent man will be electrocuted for a crime he didn't do. Well, my name's Nick Carter. And here's our first stop, Patsy. His old tenement house. Laura Waldron lives here.
You're very nice to come to see me, especially today.
Mrs. Waldron, this is my assistant, Patsy Bourne.
How do you do, Miss Bourne? Hello, Mrs. Waldron. Won't you two sit down? Here, let me dust the chair. Oh, no, don't. It's perfectly all right. Since Johnny's been away, I haven't been as good a housekeeper as I used to be. I've no heart for it anymore.
Mrs. Waldron, I came to see you because...
I know you went to see my husband. I heard on the radio.
Yes, that's right.
But it's too late to get Johnny off, isn't it? Besides, we don't have any money to pay a famous detective.
Mrs. Waldron, the only thing Nick Carter ever asks is that justice be done.
Now, Mrs. Waldron, tell me about Johnny. His habits, what he likes, what he doesn't like.
Johnny's good, Mr. Carter. You see, I know he's innocent.
But have you proof, Mrs. Waldron?
Proof? No. Just my heart tells me he wouldn't kill anybody. But more than that, I know because he was with me at the time the police say she was killed.
The prosecution tore his alibi to shreds.
Yes, a wife's testimony doesn't count for much in court. Oh, yet how thankful I am that he was with me that night. That I know he's innocent. You understand what I mean, don't you, Miss Bourne? You understand when I say the world can stand against your manhood if you know he's right and good and true.
Mrs. Waldron, isn't there any way at all it can be proved that your husband was home with you that night?
No. You don't think of providing alibis for staying in your own home. It isn't much, I know, but it's ours. Tom Fielding has offered to help me. Now Johnny's going to be...
Tom Fielding? You mean the stepson of the woman your husband's convicted of murdering?
Yes.
In what way has he offered to help you?
Money. He knows Johnny isn't a murderer.
His testimony in court didn't follow that line, Mrs. Waldron.
Of course not. Mr. Fielding had himself to protect.
That's right, Nick. Fielding was under suspicion.
Just this afternoon he called me again. And where's the jewels, I said to him. If my Johnny did it, where's the jewels and the money? Would I be begging for work if Johnny had done it?
You're working now, Mrs. Waldron?
Day work. Scrubbing up places where they don't ask too many questions. Oh, but I'd mop the streets of this town from one end to the other every day. Johnny deserves to die.
Oh, don't, Mrs. Waldron. Don't cry, please. Please don't cry.
You have to excuse me. Just that I can't stand to think. I'm counting the minutes and seconds now. Only a few more hours, Johnny will be gone.
Mrs. Waldron, I'd like to ask you another question.
All right.
Maybe Nick can save your husband yet, you know.
Oh, if he only could.
There isn't time left for me to chase down every witness and question them. Tell me, Mrs. Waldron, whom do you suspect of robbing and murdering your husband's late employer?
Who? Oh, Mr. Carter, I have no proof against anyone.
I didn't ask if you knew who murdered Mrs. Fielding. I only said, whom do you suspect?
But I have no right to suspect him.
Right? What do you mean?
But he's been so kind and offered to help.
Tom Fielding. That's who you think did it.
Oh, I never dared think it out loud before. He was her stepson, you know, but she loved him like her own. Oh, they had their quarrels. Oh, they were just money facts. I'm not saying he did it, only...
Only what?
You talk to him, Mr. Carter.
All right, I will. We'll go right over to the Fielding house now.
Oh, but you won't find him at home at this hour, Mr. Carter. He's always at the club at this time. I know from when Johnny used to drive for him.
That's the old hunt club, isn't it?
Yes.
10th and 5th. Come on, Patsy, let's hurry. Time's precious.
Okay.
Goodbye, and thank you. I'll be right here waiting and praying you find the guilty man in time to save Johnny. there's something puzzling you. What is it? Didn't you think Mrs. Walden's story made sense?
Well, it did, and it didn't.
But, Nick, doesn't it seem a bit odd for Tom Fielding to offer her money?
Yes, if that's true.
Well, then her story does make sense.
Patsy, it's not what Mrs. Walden said that's bothering me. Something else.
Something else? What is it, Nick?
I wish I knew. But there's something that doesn't fit into the picture. It's in the back of my mind somewhere, but I can't quite get the key to it.
If you ask me, Tom Fielding is the one who could straighten out a lot of things.
And he's the man we're going to tackle right now. Well, this hunt club's pretty swanky, isn't it?
Good evening, sir. Can I park your car for you?
Fancy place. Still has doorman and porter.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. Ladies aren't permitted in the old hunt club. I'm sorry.
Well, that lets you out, Patsy.
I guess it does.
You better wait for me here.
Yes, I guess I'll have to. Oh, Nick. It's 8:15. Only 3 hours and 45 minutes to go until midnight. Ring again, Nick. Fielding wasn't at his club, so he's got to be home here.
Your womanly intuition isn't working right tonight, Patsy. Not a light in the whole house. I don't think anybody's home.
Oh, Mr. Fielding, if you only knew how much time we've wasted looking for you.
Well, Patsy, maybe we can uncover enough evidence without seeing Mr. Fielding face to face.
What are you going to do?
A little high-class lockpicking in the interest of Johnny Waldron and his wife, Laura. There we are. All right, come on in. Stay behind me.
Gee, it's dark in here.
Shut the door and I'll use my flash.
Where are we headed for?
The library.
Oh.
That's the room Mrs. Fielding was killed in, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. These old houses, the library's usually back this way, off the center hall. Come on.
All right. You think there's anybody beside us in the house?
I hope not. Here we are. This is the door. This must be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the library.
What are we looking for?
Well, right now, I'm looking for Mrs. Fielding's safe.
Safe?
Mm-hmm.
Safe. Oh, it's behind that portrait up there. That was in the testimony.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Betsy. Oh, turn on that small lamp, will you? Take a glance at the papers on the desk while I open this safe.
Say, Mrs. Fielding held her son and heir down while she was living. He's certainly making up for it now. Look at that wine cabinet. It's filled to the hilt with pre-war stuff. Oh, and look at this black market stuff. Have a gold-tipped cigarette, Miss Bowen. Yes, thank you. I will.
That's a shame on you. How'd you feel if Tom Fielding walked in here right now and caught you swiping his expensive cigarettes?
Only one, Nick. And for that matter, how would you feel if Mr. Fielding saw you about to open his safe? Oh, Nick!
You okay?
Yes, I guess so.
They shot through that window there. And the bullet went right in the side of the desk here.
Oh, we better get out of here, Nick.
Now, 1 minute, Betsy. Gotta see what's in this safe. It's almost open now.
Well, who do you think shot at us, Mr. Fielding?
Oh, Patsy, will you pick that bullet out of the desk? It'll be a handy piece of evidence.
All right. Say, you're taking this attempt to murder us awful lightly, Nick.
I don't think it was murder, Betsy.
Not murder?
No. You were standing by the wine cabinet, not 4 feet from the window. And I was a perfect target standing here. No, Betsy, I think you'll find somebody who was just trying to scare us away.
Oh. Well, I got the bullet out. Looks like a .32.
There we are. Patsy.
Yes?
Look here.
The missing jewels. Oh, Nick.
Yes, right here in the safe.
Oh, Nick, that's wonderful.
Hey, Patsy, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm getting the DA on the phone for you. You've got the evidence for Johnny Waldron's reprieve.
Now, wait a minute,
I know he wasn't guilty, Nick. Mrs. Waldron was telling the truth.
Patsy, put down that phone.
Yes, Nick.
Now, get me police headquarters first. I want a general alarm sent out for Tom Fielding.
But Johnny Waldron.
I still have 2 hours, Patsy. If Waldron's innocent, I'll prove it in time to save him from the chair.
Nick, why should you want to talk to Mrs. Waldron again when you haven't asked for the reprieve? Only make her feel worse.
There's something about her that doesn't add up, Patsy. And I've got to know what it is before I go any further. This is her door, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Nick Carter, your thinking on this case is beyond me.
Oh, Patsy, it's hard to explain. When I don't know myself what the missing link is, how can I explain it to you?
But you found the jewels. Tom Fielding had them in his safe. Why, it's obvious, Nick. He didn't get along with his stepmother, and he... Nick, what are you doing?
Want to open Mrs. Walden's door?
Oh, no, don't do that, Nick. I'm sure she's here. She's probably been crying and doesn't want to see anybody. Let me call her first. Mrs. Waldron? Mrs. Waldron?
Oh, sorry, Patsy. We haven't any time to waste. Now, let's see. Where's the light switch?
It's here by the door. Oh, she isn't here.
So it seems.
Nick. Look here. There's a gold-tipped cigarette in this ashtray, the same kind we saw at Fielding's house.
Let's have it. No lipstick on it. Kind of pinched in near the end.
He's been here. I never would have believed it of him.
Believe what?
Well, that a man like Fielding would come to a place like this. Why, a man like that wouldn't get his hands dirty putting them on the doorknob of a hovel like this.
Say that again, Patsy.
What? Well, a man like Fielding wouldn't dirty his hands on the doorknob of a place like...
I got it. Patsy, you just gave me the key I've been looking for. Come on. We've got to get back to Fielding's library or there'll be another murder. You know, Patsy, there are times when having a siren in this car comes in handy. And tonight's one of them. Hope we're in time.
Do you think the police have picked Fielding up yet, or do you think he'll be at his home?
He's at home. I'll bet my bottom dollar on that.
Nick, do you know what time it is?
Stop worrying about the time and come on.
I'm right with you.
The place is still dark.
There's a little light shining in the hallway.
He's here, all right. Why don't you step, Patsy?
Don't worry about me.
I slipped the latch on the front door when we left. Let's see if it's been bolted. No, still open. All right, come on.
Where do you think he is?
The library, probably.
Oh, I hear someone, Nick.
Yeah, they're both here.
Oh, that's Mrs. Waldron's voice. Open the door, Nick.
Oh, it's locked. I'll try to pick it.
Oh, Nick, hurry.
I am hurrying.
He killed her.
There.
Oh, Mrs. Waldron. Oh, thank heaven you came. He was just going to shoot me. I got the gun away from him and... Oh,
you shot him?
Yes, Mr. Carter. But it was self-defense. Anyone can see that.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you, Mrs. Waldron.
It was worth it. It was worth it. Now Johnny will be safe. He won't have to die in the chair.
Nick, you've only got 7 minutes to call it. 7 minutes to 12.
Hurry, Mr. Carter.
Just a minute. Calm yourself, Mrs. Waldron. Here, have a cigarette.
A cigarette? All right.
May I light it for you?
Thanks. Wait a minute till I get my cigarette holder out of my bag.
So, you do use a cigarette holder. I thought so.
Nick, the time is getting awfully short for you to call to the DA.
I'm not going to make that call.
Why, Nick, not going to make it.
No, Mrs. Waldron. It was a nice frame-up you and your husband tried against Tom Fielding, but it didn't work.
Frame-up?
Yes, frame-up. You and Johnny staged this whole thing to get him a last-minute reprieve. It was pretty clever, but you made a couple of mistakes. For example, this gold-tipped cigarette butt I found in your apartment tonight.
What about it?
When I found this butt in your apartment, all pinched in at the end from having been smoked in a holder, I knew you'd lied about not having seen Tom Fielding. These particular cigarettes I made to order for him.
I didn't leave it there.
I couldn't be sure of that until I found that you used a cigarette holder. Then I knew I was right. You did leave it here.
Go on, prove it.
Another thing, Patsy. Take a look at Mrs. Waldron's hands.
Her hands? Why, they're beautiful. Beautifully manicured.
Exactly. Mrs. Waldron, with hands like yours, you don't scrub floors for a living. That dingy apartment of yours is merely a front.
Look out, Nick.
Gun. Huh?
Yes, and I know how to use this gun, too, and I'm going to. Oh!
So sorry to hate you, Mrs. Waldron. Patsy.
Yes?
Take a look at Tom Fielding. See if he's still alive.
Right, Nick.
You haven't got anything on me. You can't get
He's
me
still
for
breathing, Nick.
Good. Go on for an ambulance, quick.
Okay. Oh, but Nick, can you prove this charge against Mrs. Waldron? Can you be positive she and her husband framed Fielding?
Not yet, Patsy, but I'm so sure I'm right that I'll risk my reputation on it.
But, Nick, as long as there's the slightest doubt about it, shouldn't you call the DA and give Johnny Waldron the benefit of the doubt?
No, Patsy. As far as I'm concerned, there's no doubt whatsoever. I'm so sure I'll even risk Johnny's life on it.
Hello, Nick Carter's office. Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Yes? Yes? It was. He is. Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Yes, I'll tell Nick. Goodbye.
Was that the report from police headquarters, Patsy?
Yes, it was Lieutenant Riley. And you were right, Nick. That gun you took from Mrs. Waldron was registered in Johnny's name. And she lied about taking the gun away from Fielding and shooting him in self-defense. Fielding's fingerprints weren't on the gun anywhere, but hers were all over it.
Did they check with the bullet when you picked out of that desk? The one that was fired at us?
Yes, and it came from the same gun.
Fine. And what about Fielding? Did Riley say?
He's going to live. What's more, he regained consciousness long enough to make a statement.
Good.
Oh, Nick, that Mrs. Waldron was certainly clever. She was planting the jewels in Fielding's safe when he came in the room and caught her. So she
held him at the point of her gun and knocked him out, bound his wrists and ankles, gagged him, and hid him away in another room.
What? How did you know that?
Very simple, Betsy. The marks where he'd been tied were still on his wrists when I examined him, and also there was a bump on his head.
Nick, you're always holding out on me. And one other thing. What made you think Fielding's life would be in danger way back when we were in Mrs. Waldron's apartment the second time?
Curious, huh? Well, Patsy, after your inspired remark about hands, I suddenly realized what it was about Mrs. Waldron that puzzled me. It was her hands. I knew that with hands like hers, she couldn't be earning her living scrubbing floors.
Oh, I see.
And if she were lying about that, it was very probable she was lying about everything. And the whole thing was a plot to make Fielding look guilty.
But why should that make you suddenly afraid that something might be going to happen to Fielding?
Patsy, if she and Johnny were so anxious to get Johnny a reprieve that they were willing to give up the jewels to make it look as if Fielding were really the guilty man, it was entirely possible that she might go further and kill Fielding and try to make it look as if he killed himself.
But how would that help Johnny Waldron?
Well, if it was done right, it would look as if he were remorseful at having let Johnny take the blame. And she almost got away with it.
But she didn't, because Nick arrived in the nick of time. You're a wonderful detective, Mr. Carter.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, at midnight last night, Johnny Waldron went to the electric chair to pay for the crime of having murdered Mrs. Cornelius Fielding. His dramatic last-minute attempt to get a reprieve failed, thanks to the quick action of that master detective, Nick Carter. In those few short hours that Carter was actually on the case, he found the missing jewels, uncovered a well-laid plot between Johnny and his wife to pin the murder on Tom Fielding and save Fielding's life. Tom Fielding and the entire community owe a debt of gratitude to Nick Carter.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what happens in your next week's story?
I want to tell you the story of the time that I quite accidentally stumbled onto a terrible crime. Or to be more correct, I stumbled onto evidence that a terrible crime had been committed.
That doesn't sound like a very unusual thing for you to do.
Except for one little fact, Mr. Ripley. We didn't know where or when the crime had been committed.
In spite of the fact that we heard the story of the murder from the victim's own lips.
As a matter of fact, we even heard the murder committed.
And we were powerless to do anything about it.
If you're trying to make me curious about it...
We are.
You're certainly succeeding.
Well, it's as unusual a tale as I've had the pleasure of telling in a long while, I assure you. So until next week, so long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conray. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Records of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Unclaimed Box.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with a doomed man finding salvation and the hunter becoming the hunted.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
There's an old bromide about nothing being deader than yesterday's news. But what about the people who made that news? The couple who were divorced, they've still got their tangled lives to live. The hit-and-run driver, he's still got his conscience to keep step with him wherever he walks. And the murderer on his way to the death house, his story is still with him, even though yesterday's newsprint lines the inside of today's garbage cans and provides wrapping in the fish markets. There's another old bromide the best of us have a hard time learning. It has to do with taking things for granted. And I was the wide-eyed innocent in kindergarten, my education beginning a little past midnight as I stepped out into the deserted sidewalk in front of the newspaper building.
All right, Stone.
Huh?
Don't turn around. Don't move.
Well, if this is a stick-up, you're out of luck. Payday's tomorrow.
It's John Galt, Mr. Stone.
Galt?
I said don't turn around. I escaped, Stone. I got away. Let's find your car.
How did you escape?
On the train, on the way to the death house. The guard got careless.
That his gun?
Yes.
You kill him?
No.
There's probably an alarm out for you.
Maybe they won't catch me before I do what I have to do.
And what's that?
I kept saying I was innocent, Mr. Stone. You kept saying I was guilty. The newspaper's a powerful thing. What I said, only a few people heard. What you said in your column, 1 million people heard. Come on, let's go.
I work for a newspaper, Galt. We deal in facts. Facts like a jealous husband shooting an unarmed man in the back.
Facts. When it's printed, people believe it. Even if it's a bunch of trumped-up lies.
I didn't convict you, Galt. The evidence did.
You helped. Here we are. Get in. You can drive. And no tricks. I've got nothing to lose. Nothing.
Where are we going?
To the assistant district attorney's home. He lives on Fowler between Oak and Euclid.
What do you want with him, Galt? He's just a guy doing his job, and it's a tough one.
He's figuring on getting married soon. Planning on a nice, comfortable life.
What's wrong with that?
Why don't you ask my wife? Come on, get moving.
The assistant district attorney, Philip Holmes. He conducted a brilliant prosecution of Galt, developed an airtight case. And now Holmes was preparing to taste the fruits of victory. His fiancée, the girl he wanted to marry for a year, had finally set the date. The wedding was scheduled for next Sunday. And now this. I looked over at Galt. His fingers clutched the gun like a child clutches her favorite doll. I'd have to wait, sweat it out for a while, find out what he was after, and pray for an opening. Maybe he isn't home, Galt. Maybe he's still out with his fiancée.
Shut up. Yes. Inside. What do you think? Get back in. You too, Stone.
Galt. Now, look here.
Ready for bed, Mr. District Attorney?
Yes. I heard from the police about your escape. They're looking for you, Galt.
Get dressed.
What do you expect to accomplish?
You better do as he says, Holmes.
What is this, Randy? What are you doing here?
I'm just along for the ride. This is his show.
All right, answer it. Be careful what you say, Mr. D.A.
Hello?
Philip, I just heard it on the radio. John Galt escaped.
Yes.
Oh, they called you.
Yes.
Darling, do be careful. He might come for you. He swore he'd get even with you.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, dear.
Phil, he's crazy.
Say goodbye.
What? What's that, Phil?
Louise, he wouldn't come here, Louise. This would be the last place he'd come.
But you should have protection, Phil. Darling, if
Tell
you
her
call the
good
police,
night.
Yes. It's all right. Good night, dear.
Phil.
Good night.
Now get dressed.
What do you want?
I just told you. I want you to get dressed and hurry. Hurry. Like you hurried me through my trial. Get away from that drawer.
You want me to get dressed? I just want a pair.
I told you to get up.
Don't break my hand, you...
Now his back was to me concerned with Holmes, and for a moment he'd forgotten me. I had 3 fast steps to take, and then I grabbed his arm. Drop it. Drop that gun. Holmes, get the gun.
No, you don't. I got it. I ought to shoot now. I ought to shoot both of you now. Get back, Stone.
You can't blame me for trying, Gold. You're not acting very much like an innocent man.
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? Go quietly to the death cell and wait for a miracle? Keep on waiting for it while they shave my head and slit my trousers?
You should have thought of that before you got involved with a character like Cutler.
You were given a fair trial, Gold.
Fair trial? There was a time I had a lot of respect for law and courts and justice, but not now. From here on in, I haven't got anything to lose. But you have, Holmes, and so have you, Stone. Try it again. Try another trick. If you miss again, I'll kill you.
You'll kill us anyway, Gold, won't you?
I know I can't escape. I know I'll be caught. But when they finally catch up to me, 1 second before they kill me, I'm going to kill you.
And in the meantime?
I'm going to show you things that never got into the court. Things that'll prove that I didn't kill Monty Cutler. Then your dying will be bitter and pointless like mine is. We'll see how you like it. Ready, Mr. D.A.? We use your car. The police respect it.
Is this where you used to live, Galt?
That's right. Where I used to live.
What's here?
My wife. Wait.
You sure this is how you want it, Galt?
Just don't try anything foolish.
It's your play.
John.
Ev, you know Randy Stone, Evelyn? The one who wrote those stories about me, about us.
You're still mixed up, Galt. I'm a reporter. I don't take sides.
What is it, John? What happened?
And the district attorney, Ev.
John, what's wrong?
Get in. Get in, both of you.
You're an awfully determined host, Gold.
Over there where I can watch you.
Why are you doing this, Gold? You can't do yourself any good, and you're only making things worse for your wife.
Motive. You kept saying motive, Mr. D.A. Your whole case against me was built on what you said was my motive for killing Cutler.
I heard everything you had to say in court.
This isn't court now. There's no judge, no jury, just us. Ev, we've been in love for a long time, haven't we?
Yes. Yes, John.
Ev, you worked for Monty Cutler for years. Was there ever anything between you and him?
No.
I was never jealous of him. I had no reason.
No.
Was there any reason I'd want to kill him?
No, John.
I heard all this before.
No matter what my wife says, Mr. D.A., I'm going to die tonight. I'm going to run, and they're going to catch me. This is the last time I'll see my wife. But you'll never live to have a wife. You're going to be running with me. You're going to know how it feels to be hunted. How it is to know that this is your last night to live.
Go on, Gold.
Ev, the night I called for you at Cutler's place, the night he was shot, you'd already gone home. You said you saw a woman there earlier.
Yes, Mr. Cutler's wife.
He hadn't been living with her.
Not for years.
Just a second. The police tried to find his wife. They never found any evidence he'd been married.
No, he never was. We never found any supporting evidence that a woman was there the night of the murder.
I asked for time. Why'd you rush the trial right through, Holmes? Maybe I could have found her.
John.
Yeah. Yes, I've got to go.
John, what's going to happen?
Come on, you two. Goodbye, Ev.
Where now?
Maybe some more evidence that never got into court. Keep your eye on the road, Stone. I'll tell you where to go.
I never heard a convicted killer say he wasn't framed or up on a bum rap or he never did it. I've heard it hundreds of times, and no matter how good they make it sound, they've always got an angle. And I'd find out what Galt's was before long, too. I kept driving downtown to the west side into the manufacturing district.
Turn right at the cornerstone.
Monty Cutler's place?
No, across the street from Cutler's, the warehouse.
And what's there?
A missing witness. Maybe he's back in town now.
Who is it?
The night watchman. Come on. Out. He was there when I came to pick Evelyn up that night. I said hello to him, but nobody could find him during the trial.
Seems like a silly waste of time to me.
Time is all you have left, Holmes. You better keep hoping I manage to waste a lot of it before they close in on us.
Hey, you fellas, what do you want there? Hold on there. What is it you want? What?
Yeah, it's me, Charlie. Johnny Galt. And this is Randy Stone of the Star. And maybe you know our assistant district attorney, Mr. Holmes.
What do you want?
The answer to some questions, Charlie.
What about? What for?
About Monty Cutler's murder. And because you skipped town during my trial.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you know anything, Charlie, tell us about it.
What could I know?
Why'd you leave town, Charlie?
I went on my vacation.
More than 4 weeks?
Yeah, sure.
Who paid for your vacation?
Nobody. What do you mean?
Tell him what he wants to know, Charlie.
Mr. District Attorney,
Go ahead, Charlie.
You want me to tell everything that happened that night, Mr. Holmes?
Why not? What difference does it make?
What difference? Well, maybe so. I said hello to you, Mr. Galt. You remember that?
Sure.
And before that...
What?
Well, before that, this woman come around.
Which woman, Charlie?
I've been a watchman here a long time. I see her a few times, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. She used to come around.
Cutler's wife.
I don't know whether she was or not.
How long before I got there, Charlie?
Maybe a half hour, I guess.
How long did she stay there?
I don't know. Mr. District Attorney, you sure you want me to spill this?
Oh, yes. Yes, Charlie. There's no mystery, is there?
Well, there was a car there, too.
What car?
Big limousine.
Go on, Charlie. Which big limousine?
The District Attorney's car.
My car?
The DA's car?
Yes.
Were you raiding Cutler's roulette wheel, Holmes?
No, that's it.
That's it. That explains everything. You were there. That's why you refused me a delay to uncover the truth.
No, don't jump to conclusions.
How does it feel, Holmes? Why not jump to conclusions? You've been doing it a long time. It all falls into place, the whole pattern. You're rushing me through the trial, not giving me a chance. Piling up circumstantial evidence.
Could it have been your car, Holmes?
I don't know. Perhaps a lot of people have access to it.
That'll be worth finding out about, Holmes.
Yes. Yes, I'll look into it.
Oh, yeah, I can just believe that. I can just see you putting your neck in a noose for me.
Galt, you said it before, a newspaper's a pretty powerful thing. With this evidence, we
You
can...
expect me to trust you after all those stories about how guilty I was?
Well, this would make a better story.
Sure. The story of Randy Stone bringing in an escaped murderer would be swell for you.
Look, you've established enough doubt so that we can...
You'd say anything to save your skin. You'd promise anything. We'll save it for your readers. They believe what you say.
The streets are honeycombed with police. How far do you expect to get?
At least one more place before they catch up.
Where go?
The woman, Mr. District Attorney. Cutler's wife. The one you said doesn't exist. But does it matter? Wherever we go, you'd better keep hoping nobody stops us. Us. Because as soon as they do, it'll be the end of the line for all of us.
Well, Randy, you're a fast guy with an answer, so answer this one. Or are you looking for an angle? You've heard 100 convicted killers say they're innocent. You're tired of listening. You know they're lying. But here's the 101st, Randy. Maybe he hasn't got any angle. Maybe he's telling the truth. And if he is, it makes sense for him to feel that there's no answer. And he's got to keep running with the cops and everybody waiting for him with guns and with cars. Because he can shout his lungs out and nobody will listen. He can yell and cry and scream that he's not guilty. And they'll still drag him down the long corridor and make him step over the next to last threshold. What would you do if you were him, Randy? And the DA's car, how does that figure? Galt wasn't taking any chances now. He forced Holmes and me to burrow into the well below the dashboard. He got behind the wheel, driving with one hand, his other hand gripping his gun. The DA's car was plush, but it wasn't designed to make a passenger comfortable, doubled up. If I was subject to claustrophobia, there was never a better time for it to come out.
Hang on. There's a barricade ahead. We're going through it. There'll be a fool going.
About the only thing I could see was the gas accelerator and Galt's foot, and suddenly the foot went way down, jamming the pedal against the floor.
Here it comes. This is how it feels.
I remember something about letting your body relax when you're heading for a smash-up. But how can you relax with your knee propped against your chin? I kept my jaw tight and said a fast prayer.
Like this, Stone, like this!
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This Wednesday marks the return to the air of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman in their popular roles as the Halls of Ivy. The delightful adventures of Professor Hall and his wife Vicky mean 30 minutes of top listening for the entire family. And on Wednesday, October 4th, that remarkable mustache that walked like a man, Groucho Marx, will be on NBC with his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life. It's 30 minutes of fun and prizes, the biggest prize of all being Groucho, of course. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It wasn't particularly comfortable under the dashboard of the car, but it was a good place to be with bullets on the loose and an escaped murderer at the wheel. The car skidded and danced through the barricade and then gave a surge and swept on.
How does it feel, you guys? How's it feel to be the boss for a change?
Let us get out of here and I'll tell you. What's that?
I don't know. Gas. They hit the gas tank. I'm out of gas. All right, get out.
Now, wait, hold on a minute. There's no sense in this, Galt.
Get moving. I'm out of gas, but not out of bullets.
Before you do something that can't be undone, Galt, think a minute. There'll be a real investigation. We'll go...
We gotta make those woods.
Holmes, what about it? If he's innocent,
I'll give you my word. Come on. Faster. They'll be here in a minute. Faster.
Oh, listen. I thought I was being fair. The trial, I believe there wasn't any valid reason for a postponement. I've always conducted myself according to strict letter of the law. Now if I've made a mistake...
Save it, Holmes. All right. Hold it. You get behind that tree, Holmes. Stone, behind that bush. It's not too dark for me to see you. One move and I shoot.
We know you're there. Come out with your hands up.
The two cops in the patrol car were sitting ducks with the moon behind them. They were coming slowly, their guns drawn. If Galt wanted to shoot, he couldn't have a better target.
Stay back. Stay back.
But they kept coming, not seeing any of us, straight for the bush behind which I stood.
Mr. Holmes, are you there?
Yes. Yes, don't shoot.
Don't come any closer. I'm warning you.
We're coming in.
I said stay back. I'll shoot.
Come on.
Galt fired from less than 15 feet, but the shot hit one of them. It didn't stop him. They both came on. I counted 1, 2, and then the cop in front was close enough. I braced myself and I let him have it. Sometimes you have to do the darndest things to help a guy. My haymaker hurt the cop, but not as much as Galt's bullet would have. The other cop was on me now. I twisted. I rolled away. He sent a whistling blow past my ear. He was a heavy guy. Real heavy as he landed on my kidney, and I tried to squirm away, and then suddenly the cop's weight slid off my back. I turned, and Galt's face, twisted and maniacal, looked down at me, his gun raised.
Get up, Stone. You two Holmes. They're out cold. Cops will be swarming all over here in a few minutes.
Wherever we go, they'll...
Now you know how it is. To be the hunted instead of the hunter.
How long do you think we're last in these woods?
The freight yards are close by. I said, come on, both of you. Run! Come on, run!
You can read about it. You can see it in the movie. But you never really know how it feels to be the quarry in an honest-to-death game of fox and hounds until you've had it. We were running, but there'd have to be a dead end, and soon, and that'd be the time that Galt, half crazy with bitterness and hate, would turn his gun on us to make sure that he took us with him. We made it to the freight yards, and Galt steered us to one of a long line of boxcars.
Okay, here's an empty freight. Get in. In that corner. Sit down.
Now, for a little while, I thought maybe you were innocent, Galt.
Ask Holmes whether I am or not. Ask him what his car was doing to Monte Cutler's. Maybe he lost too much at the roulette wheel in the upstairs room.
You didn't like it when they used that kind of thinking in court.
When the cops came after us, what did Holmes do? He just stood there waiting.
What did you expect me to do?
Maybe what Stone did. He didn't just stand there hoping the cops would kill me like you were hoping. That would have fixed it up fine for you, wouldn't it, Holmes?
You're all crossed up, Galt. I helped knock them out because I didn't want them killed.
They're coming, Galt. Galt, while you still have time. If you give yourself up, I'll make every effort to get at the truth.
I know the truth. You killed Cutler.
You talk about motive, Galt. What's my motive? Why would I kill him?
There's something beyond that, too. A man neither has it in him to kill or he hasn't, Galt. When you shot at the cops back there, it proved something.
I didn't shoot at them. How could I have missed them so close? I shot in the air to scare them off.
You're going to scare them off now? They're pretty close. They'll be here next.
All right, you tell me. It's up to both of you. When that door opens, I'm going to shoot. We'll find out who's the murderer. All right, Holmes. Tell me what to do. Shall I shoot them or you? Them or you?
Listen, they're still away. You can hide. I'll tell them you ran away. They'll believe me.
You must think I'm an idiot. Well, Stone, you said a man is either a murderer or he isn't. How about you? Are you a murderer? They're hunting you now, too. They'll be here in a second. If I shoot them, we can still have a little time. How about it, Stone?
You'll do what's in you to do, Galt.
Quick. Holmes, quick. What'll it be?
Oh, you crazy fool. I didn't kill Cutler. I swear to you I didn't. All right. All right, come on out of there.
The cop's flashlight played around. Galt got to his feet. I could see his gun raised, but he was standing stock still, frozen. I jumped to my feet, but not as quickly as Holmes.
Don't shoot. It's me, the district attorney. Galt, for heaven's sake.
And then he stopped. And Galt still stood there. The cops moved in, their flashlight beam steady on Galt's tortured face. And then the tenseness went out of his features. He turned to the district attorney, dropping his gun on him.
I can't shoot.
Maybe you did prove something, Galt, right now.
What was your motive, Holmes? Doesn't matter now, does it? You gotta have a motive to kill somebody. It has to be a pretty good motive, too. Because even with what I have against you, I still can't kill you.
Everything all right, Mr. Holmes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Galt. Come along.
He didn't kill Monte Cutler.
No.
You didn't either.
No.
It was your car.
I don't know. I suppose maybe it was.
Galt wanted to take us to one more place, Holmes.
Cutler's wife.
Yeah, we'll have to find out where she lives.
Yes, I'd like to stop off at Louisa's first, Randy. She's probably worried about me. It's close by.
Sure. We drove back away with a patrol car, and then Holmes and I caught a cab. It was only a 10-minute drive to his fiancée's place. The DA was quiet. I didn't feel like talking either. We were awful close to eternal silence back there in the freight car. Maybe that was in Holmes's mind, too. Or maybe he was thinking about the woman he was going to marry. A uniformed elevator operator took us up to the 4th floor. The swank apartment house was good for my jumping nerves after the rough night. Deep carpets and subdued lights everywhere. I began to feel myself unwinding.
Darling. Oh, darling, thank heaven you're all right.
Louise, this is Randy Stone.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you. At 3 in the morning, it's a pretty weird hour to come calling.
I couldn't sleep anyhow. I've been glued to the radio. Must have been terrible for you. For both of you.
Louise.
Would you like some hot coffee?
Louise, there was a moment when...
Darling, you mustn't think about it anymore. I know it was horrible. Mr. Stone, wouldn't you like some coffee?
No, thank you.
Promised to kill us, Louise. There was that moment when he could have. What stopped him, Randy?
I think it was because he wasn't sure you killed Cutler.
Yes. Yes, he couldn't figure a motive for me. Isn't that a peculiar little thing, Louise?
Let's not think about it
If he'd
anymore.
known I did have a motive, if he'd known the woman I wanted to marry was Monty Cutler's wife, he wouldn't have hesitated. The rest of the evidence was all there.
Phil.
He could have killed us. And he didn't. He's an honest man. Far more honest than I was. Because all along I kept pushing the thought out of my mind. I didn't want to let myself think that John Galt might not be guilty.
Phil, it's all over now. It's finished.
Louise, why didn't you tell me you were Cutler's wife? Because Cutler was a gambler and a racketeer?
Phil, Mr. Stone is here, Phil.
Maybe I ought to let you handle this alone.
No. Oh, Randy, I want you to hear this. You see, it's understandable that we couldn't find Cutler's wife. Louise was out of town, weren't you, Louise?
Phil.
I'd loaned the car to you, Louise. You were using the car that night.
I didn't know that Galt would be there. I didn't want to implicate anybody.
Kind of makes me an accomplice, doesn't it?
No. I did it for us. You've got no part in it. I did it. Because I love you, Phil.
Randy?
Yeah.
Will you come with us? Down to headquarters.
Yeah, I've got an apology to make down there, too. That old bromide that I was talking about, it's don't jump to conclusions. It's an easy habit to get into. At work, at home, with the people we know and love. I got my education all over again with Johnny Galt, and I didn't learn with books. Playing for keeps is a tough way to learn, but maybe it lasts longer that way. I hope so. Copy boy. Where is that copy boy? Probably sneaking a beer at the corner. Oh, there I go, jumping at conclusions again. Copy boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Seelig Lester and Merwin Gerard, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Galt was played by Jeff Corey. Others in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Francis Cheney, Eddie Fields, Hal Gerard, and John Stevenson. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Fibber McGee and Molly and all their delightful guests at 79 Wistful Vista will be back on Tuesday, September 19th. Doc Gamble, Mayor Latrivia, and the entire cast will be on hand to join in the merriment. 2 weeks after that, the happy chimes ring for the return of Bob Hope, with laughs and more laughs in the unique Hope style. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and put the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. A good example of their quality is Bismarex, Rexall's popular antacid. Bismarex often relieves acid stomach within 1 minute. And because its scientifically balanced ingredients vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach, the relief they give is not only quick, but continuous and prolonged. Quality like that of Bismarex is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Come in.
You Mr. Richard Diamond?
That's right, but keep it quiet and we'll split the reward.
Well, my name is Tobias P. Briggs.
He ducked as he edged through the door. If he hadn't, he'd have taken the whole wall with him. Nearly 7 feet, going up with a pair of shoulders that made King Kong look like a before picture for dynamic tension. But being a guy who lives dangerously, I shook his hand, made a mental note to pick up my scattered knuckles, and offered him a chair.
Thank you. Mr. Diamond, how much would it cost for you to help me?
Well, I usually break my back for $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
I break a lot of back. Let's talk some more, though. Guys your size usually don't need help.
Well, I got the money. Been saving. You see, I wrestled 2, maybe 3 times a week at the Universal Arena. I promised Mike I'd put 1 purse a week in the bank. He was saving, too.
Who's Mike?
Mike Burton. He's dead, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I'm sorry, Toby. Who was Mike?
Well, Mike and me was buddies from the Army. He was a great guy, Mr. Diamond. A real great guy.
What happened to him?
Mike drove a truck for an outfit here in town. Cross-State Trucking Company. We had enough money saved, we were going to get our own truck, maybe 2 trucks, do our own hauling, be in business for ourselves, you know. Last week he was fixing a flat on the highway at night. The car hit him and took off.
Oh, hit and run, huh? Well, it's a lousy deal, Toby, and I know what you're leading up to. But the police will hunt the guy down sooner or later. I don't handle traffic accidents.
Mr. Diamond, I feel maybe it was no accident.
Oh? Well, then keep going.
Well, last week, night before it happened, Mike says to me, Toby, boy, I got a hunch we're going into business real quick now. He said we might be able to buy our first truck right after his next haul. Mike knew we didn't have that kind of dough ready.
What did he say when you reminded him?
He gave me a wink and a punch in the arm. You know, like guys do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great guy, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, well, I see. Now, look, Toby, the afternoon's pretty well shot anyway. I'll poke around town a little, and if I can find anything to back up your suspicions, I'll take the case. If not, you owe me 2 tickets to your next match. Is it a deal?
Yeah, sure. But tell me right away if you know something, huh? I'm in the gym every morning right behind the Universal Sports Arena, 8th Avenue. You know where it is.
Oh, sure, yes. Some of my best muscles grew up there. So long, Toby.
So.
When he walked out, the office seemed to shrink back to normal. I counted my fingers, picked the one with the most circulation in it, and put it to work dialing Helen's number. I told her I might be late for dinner, threw her a kiss over the pipe, closed the office, and headed to the 5th Precinct Police Station and Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Walt was out of his office, but the king of the jungle, Sergeant Otis, was plopped in his chair. Number 14's crossed and resting on the desk like he was expecting a promotion.
Hello, Shamus. Well, for a guy who don't work here, you certainly hang around a lot.
I could say the same for you, Otis. Where's the lieutenant?
He ain't here.
No.
Well, he ain't.
Isn't.
Okay, he isn't. And you isn't as smart as you think you is.
Oh, hello, Rick. What's up?
Oh, hiya, Walt. Nothing, probably. But I'd appreciate a look-see at the hit-and-run files for the last week. Might be a case.
Now it's traffic accidents. Diamond, is there anything you won't do for a buck?
Sergeant, ask me for the next dance and you'll find out.
All right, cut it out, you two. Here you are, Rick. Take this note to Sergeant for our hit-and-run felony detail. It's down at the end of the hall.
Thanks, Walt.
You bet. Otis.
Yeah?
Sergeant Otis, do you mind if I sit down now?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, Lieutenant.
Farrar in Hit and Run gave me the case folder on Mike Burton. Except for a few details, nothing different than Toby's story. Only witness to the supposed accident was a man named Roy Cooley, Mike's driving partner. He had made the identification on the car when the police found it deserted the next day. A quick check on the license had shown it to be stolen. So another lead went down the drain. Only the fact that it had been stolen made me think that Toby might have been right when he said it wasn't an accident. I hit the street and grabbed a cab with the Cross-State Trucking Company. From outside the wire fence, there wasn't much to see. A long line of diesel trucks parked side by side. I spotted something that looked like an office and went in. There was a girl inside. Oh, maybe not just a girl. She parked her bubble gum and gave her blonde upsweep a pat.
Can I help you?
Well, if you couldn't, I'd kill myself.
Listen, mister, if you've got some business here, you better...
honey, I'm looking for Roy Cooley. Know him?
That's a good one. Mr. Cooley's my boss. Believe me, I know him. He's not around right now.
Cooley's your boss? Well, if you don't mind, I'll wait.
What company are you with, Mr.
Diamond. Richard. I am, you should excuse the expression, a private detective.
A private eye? Gee, I never met a private eye before. I thought it was just a kind of story thing.
Well, it is, in a way.
My name's Patty. For Patricia. I'm sort of a bookkeeper stenographer around here.
Sounds like a big job for just one pretty girl.
Oh, you're just saying that. I really was lucky to get such a job, especially when I had no experience. Just 1 week out of business school, and papa, I go to work for a big company at $65 a week.
And what is the secret of your success, Miss Carnegie?
My second name's Jablonski, Patty Jablonski. Between you and me, Mr. Diamond, the job's a snap. See all those trucks out there? Well, mostly they just sit like that. We don't make more than 10 shipments a week. You know something? The company's been in the red the whole 6 months I've been here.
Really?
But I like it here. I can dress kind of casual, sweaters and things.
Yeah. Tell me, dear, did you know Mike Burton?
Gee, I sure did. Did you know him?
How come the boss, Roy Cooley, was driving with Mike the night it happened?
He was, wasn't he? Well, I guess that's because Tim Lasco quit a couple of days before. Tim used to be Mike's regular wheel buddy. Mr. Cooley was filling in, I guess.
Any idea why Tim Lasco quit?
Search me. In times like these, when a guy with 5 kids quits his job, he must have had a good reason.
You wouldn't have Tim's address lying around anywhere, would you?
Right on my desk. I mailed his last check out.
I wrote down Lasco's address and paid her off with a few compliments before I left. Tim Lasco's place seemed like the next stop until I saw a couple of warehousemen loading crates into one of the trucks. The crates were marked sporting goods in a big black stencil. And just to keep busy, I found a piece of scratch paper and took down the address they were being shipped to. About that time, a hairy hand reached over my shoulder and made crumpled spitball out of my manuscript. I did a slow turn and saw that the hand was connected to a beer barrel with legs. It talked, too.
Looking for something, mister?
Who are you?
I'm the boss, Cooley.
Oh, well, my name's Diamond. The union sent
You can
me over
forget that routine. I spoke to the union guys 3 days ago. Beat it, Scram.
Oh. How come you were driving with Mike Burton the night he was killed?
Mister, you're asking for it. There's a little sign on the front gate you can read on the way out about trespassers. This is private property. Now, are you going, or do I call some of the boys?
It hurt me to admit that he had the law on his side, not to mention the lump under his jacket from what was probably the new look and shoulder holsters. I figured to do better after a talk with Tim Lasco. 20 minutes later, I was climbing the stairs of a brownstone in Washington Heights. The Lascos lived on the 3rd floor. I straightened my tie and put my best finger forward.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm looking for Tim Lasco.
Oh, come right in. My husband is shaving.
Who is it, Mary?
A man to see you, Tim.
Okay. All right. Excuse me. Call me shaving. Sit down.
Thank you. Tim, you used to ride with Mike Burton, didn't you?
Hey, who are you? What do you want here?
Well, I'm a private detective. Name's Diamond.
Now, Mr. Diamond, or whoever you are, I don't know nothing. Nothing, you hear? Leave my family, leave me alone. Will you go away? Please, go away.
Why did you quit the cross-state trucking outfit?
Honest, Diamond, I don't know nothing. Look, I've been a truck driver 15 years. I didn't like Cooley's outfit. Most of the work is at night. Too many long hauls out west. I didn't like the job.
Tim. Won't buy it.
Diamond, try to understand, will you? I got 5 kids. Give me a break, will you?
There was no sense going around again. I told him I'd be back, which he took about as gracefully as a guy learning he had leprosy, so I left. I rode downtown, squatted on a stool in a coffee shop with a good view of the cross-state warehouse. The coffee shop had a waitress who was as ugly as the warehouse.
Got a 75-cent dinner special. You interested?
I'll have a little coffee and...
A lot of donuts.
Oh, well, then coffee and conversation.
Is there any chance of you taking me away from all this?
Wouldn't work out. I drink.
I'll reform you. Want cream?
No.
One black. How come you're staring at that warehouse instead of me? Want to give me a complex? What's the matter? Did I say a dirty word?
We kicked it around until the warehouse was empty, except for a muscle-bound night watchman who chain smoked behind the front gate. It was a short walk to the fence behind the loading dock. A garbage can and some fancy scrambling helped me over. And then I squirreled under the line of trucks until I reached the one they'd loaded that afternoon. The crates were nailed tight, and it took a lot of scratching and pulling before I wedged one open. About then, I heard 3 pairs of feet echoing down the loading platform. I ducked out of the truck, but that half-open crate must have missed me after all the time we'd spent together because it spilled over and turned loose a shower of baseball bats. I grabbed one since it seemed like a good idea and snuggled up against the huge tires under the truck.
Who's there? Hey, Red, you let anyone in? Not me, boy. Whoever you are, Buster, you better come out with your hands up. We got guns. Okay, Red, you and Harry stay out in front of the trucks. I'll go coax our visitor out.
He was poking around gun first in each truck and then around it. Sooner or later, he was going to reach my truck. So I sprinted across an open 10 yards until I got into a friendly shadow of the next truck in line.
All right, stay where you are. I can see you.
He was lying, and I knew it because I couldn't even see myself. There were 3 more trucks ahead of me, 3 more open spaces. Then I'd be at the back fence. I closed my mouth so my teeth wouldn't shine like a beaver at a dentist convention and moved. I reached the last truck and waited. The glint of his gun barrel kept coming at me like a one-eyed cat. I held the bat ready. It must have been a well-balanced hunk of wood because it felt like a feather in my fist. The bat cracked wide open like an overboiled hot dog, but it stretched coolly out. I didn't wait for the others to find out what happened, but I took off over that back fence like a kangaroo with his tail on fire. Once I made the street, I caught a cruising cab and relaxed until my breath caught up with me. The broken bat handle was still in my hand. I was about to chalk it up as an inferior bat until a closer look changed my mind. The inside of the bat was as hollow as a politician's promise, and it wasn't for ventilation. It was there to hide something that had to be hidden.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist. And here he is.
A lot of people think that during the summer they don't need to worry about the dangers of vitamin deficiency. But the truth is, vitamin deficiency is no respecter of seasons.
You mean we're just as likely to be low on vitamins during the summer as any other time?
Exactly, ma'am. And that's why I tell my customers to continue supplementing their daily diet with Rexall Plenamins.
What?
Plenamins. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. You see, ma'am, just 2 Plenamin capsules a day give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established.
Say, that's really vitamin protection.
But that's not all. Plenamins also give you valuable liver concentrate and iron, plus other factors of the vitamin B complex.
Gee, they sound expensive.
On the contrary, Plenamins cost you only pennies a day. But most important, Plenamins wear the Rexall label, and you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
So I had the stump of a hollow baseball bat in my hand and a half dozen theories about why it was hollow. But none of my theories proved any connection between a phony trucking outfit and Mike Burton being killed by a hit-and-run driver. I put the bat under lock and key in my office desk. Then stopped at the Hall of Records where Pop McIntyre handles the night watchman chores. Under registered corporations, I found the Cross-State Trucking Company and the up-to-now unknown name of Harry Fenner listed as its head. I thanked Pop, then went across town to check through the newspaper morgue at the Tribune. It was an all-night job because I had to dig back to 1926 before the name of Harry Fenner sprang off the yellow pages. He used to be a small-time bootlegger, but I couldn't hold that against him. Some of the biggest bootleggers had gone straight and become used car salesmen. I had breakfast before dropping in at the Universal Gym to see Toby. The king-sized client of mine was being mauled in the center of the ring while a chunky little guy in a black beret was hopping around full of advice.
No, Toby. You're wrestling with King Kong Rabinowitz, not Snow White. Use your knees, on his nose.
Okay. How's this?
No, don't overdo it. You hide his face from the television camera too long. What's the good if no one sees him suffer?
Hey, Toby.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Diamond. Ziggy will be back in a minute.
I know you're busy, Toby, so I won't waste time.
You found out something about Mike, didn't you? I was right, huh?
Well, let's just say that I'm taking the case. Toby, now think hard. Did Mike ever say anything about baseball bats? Anything?
Baseball bat.
Yeah?
Sunday before Mike was killed. Yeah, he said something kind of funny. He said maybe he'd hit a home run pretty soon. And Mike never played baseball.
Oh. Toby, when you get through here, meet me in my office. I'll tell you what I've got, and we can take it from there.
Okay. See you soon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Diamond. My name is Harry Fenner.
Oh. Well, who are those two bullet-headed characters with you?
They're my business associates.
Well, you must be in a rotten business. How'd you get in here? I just had the exterminators over last week.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I owe you for a new lock. I'll just add it to the retainer I'm going to pay you.
Oh, you're going to hire me?
I have here $500, which I place on your desk. Earning it will be easy.
Under whose nails do I put the bamboo splints?
I hope your good humor continues. The fact is, Diamond, I collect odd things like antique furniture, marine life specimens, and old bat handles. Someone stole one of my old bat handles. Money's yours if you can locate it.
Something like that would be worth more than money to me. An old bat handle would go just right with my collection of old saxophone reeds and croquet mallets.
Is that your polite way of saying no?
No, it's my impolite way of saying that a certain bat handle is going to win you the hottest seat in Sing Sing. And if you think I'm bluffing, let's see what they think down at the 5th Precinct.
Put down that phone.
Oh! He cracked me across the knuckles with a cane he was carrying, and my left hand took the day off. Then Fenner turned to his two happiness boys.
Gentlemen, Mr. Diamond is stubborn. Unstubborn him.
His two blood collectors came after me like there was a shortage of plasma. I dodged around the desk like a loose guinea pig in a biology class and finally managed to locate a stomach for my one good hand. I sunk it in up to my charm bracelet. But before I could enjoy the reaction, a fistful of dimes creased the back of my head and I came apart. I don't know how long it was before my eyes unglued. I was on my back enjoying a bug's eye view of the ceiling, but that's all I was enjoying. My head felt like a yo-yo being worked by a guy with a DTs. And then something big leaned over me.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, you okay?
Oh, yeah, dandy. Oh, Toby, if I felt any worse, I'd be dead.
Oh, that's too bad. It's a good thing I got here. Those guys are doing a swell job on you for real.
Oh, things came back into focus. Fenner's muscle men were draped over each other in the middle of the floor, quietly unconscious. It was becoming.
I had to get pretty rough with them. It was 2 against 1. Them and me, I mean. What's it all about, Mr. Diamond?
I gave Toby a quick resume about Fenner, Cooley, and the phony trucking business, including the hollow bats. As he listened, I saw new muscles growing on his old ones. He wasn't interested in details.
Mr. Diamond,
Did this Fenner guy kill Mike?
Well, Toby, I think Mike found out that Fenner and Cooley were shipping hot goods, probably jewels, in the Holla Bats. If he did, I think maybe Fenner killed him.
Mm-hmm. Where does this Fenner guy live?
Well, wait a minute. It's here on my desk. I was just going to give it to the police when I was crudely interrupted.
No, don't call the cops. Give me that address.
But what's the idea, Toby? We've got the score. It's a cop's job now.
No, I say no. This Fenner, he got lots of dough. If he did kill Mike, he gets a big lawyer and he goes free. I don't want that, Mr. Diamond. I'll find out.
I tried to cool him down, keep him in the office. And then I found myself airborne. He bounced me against the wall, and I decided not to do anything until the room stopped circulating.
Sorry about this, Mr. Diamond, because you're an all right guy. But don't try to stop me on this.
I got up and weaved over to my desk, phoned Walt, and gave him Fenner's address in Long Island.
Why should I meet you there?
Murder, Walt, and bring some friends. Fenner's house was a big white colonial with high French windows looking out on a big garden. The windows were closest, so I moved up and looked in. The room was a library, or what was left of it. Toby had torn it apart and was now concentrating on Fenner. He had him backed up against a tall bookcase, holding him by the front of his smoking jacket, high enough so Fenner's toes pointed down, trying to touch the carpet a good foot beneath. Toby had the jacket pulled tightly around Fenner's throat, and Fenner was trying for the $64 breath.
I want your killing for. I want what you're killing for.
Hey, Toby, let him go. Oh, he's going to tell me. You stay out of this. He's going to tell me or I break his fat neck.
He's too choked up, Toby. Couldn't answer you if you wanted to. Now let him down. Let him down.
Okay. Now, talk, Fenner, talk.
Diamond, get this maniac away from me. Well, ask me something simple, like moving the Empire State Building. You better talk, Fenner.
I don't know what you want.
You're a liar. No, don't liar. All right. Hey. That's better. Now, why'd you kill Mike?
He was loading some of the bats. When one broke open and...
Come on.
The diamond spilled out. He wanted a cut. Big cut. So I had Cooley make the last trip with him. I was following in a hot car. That's it. Now let me go, will you?
Kill a nice guy like that.
He would have framed me.
You're a liar. No, I'm going to kill you.
Toby! Toby grabbed Fenner, and I grabbed Toby. But it was like trying to put the brakes on a charging elephant. Toby hung on to Fenner's throat and shook me loose. Fenner was dying fast. And it looked like I couldn't do much about it until the door opened and trouble sneaked in from left field. Cooley.
Break it up.
Cooley, help me. Help me.
You better relax, Toby. That gun in Mr. Cooley's hand gives him the floor.
He's the other one, ain't he, Mr. Diamond?
Cooley, give it to him. Right in the middle.
And then I heard the heavenly sound of flat feet. Cooley half turned for a moment, but it was enough for me to push Toby behind a couch and dive in after him.
Quick! Cooley, let him have it.
Cooley spun back around and tried his luck anyway, but missed. He and Fenner made a rush for the window, but some of Walt's men were waiting for them. They tried to shoot it out. Cooley never got more than 1 foot over the windowsill. Fenner did better, but he was dead when he hit the ground.
Rick, are you all right, Rick?
Oh, if it wasn't, you'd never hear the end of it.
Mr. Diamond, you don't really believe what that punk said about Mike, do you? Mike was a straight guy all his life.
Toby, this clean-cut gentleman standing right next to me is Lieutenant Walter Levinson of Homicide.
Right.
What I tell him is official, so you listen. Look, Walt, Fenner and Cooley were part of a fence setup. Bought stolen goods, sold them out west. The Cross-State Trucking Company was just a blind. Well, that just about cleans it up, Toby. You see, Mike probably suspected something, and they were afraid he'd go to the police. That's why they killed him.
Sure, I knew it was that way. Thanks, Mr. Diamond. Well, I better get back to town. Ziggy's got me matched tonight.
Good luck, Toby.
Yeah, thanks. Say, Mr. Diamond, I'd sure like to have you and the lieutenant come watch me wrestle tonight.
Thanks, Toby. Maybe some other time.
Oh, it'll be a great show. Tonight's my turn to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see. So long, Toby.
So long.
Frank.
Yeah?
That connection between Mike Burton and this racket didn't sound kosher. Was that for the record?
No, Walt. But Toby will never see the record. Helen, honey, please. Cut that Victrola off, will you?
Rick, you still didn't tell me if Mike really intended to get mixed up with Fenner and Cooley.
Well, he did. That's where he was getting the extra money he spoke about to Toby. Oh, excuse me.
Rick, where are you going?
I'm just going to shut this guy off. He's putting me to sleep.
Oh, I suppose you could do better.
Well, you think not? Honey, just sit down and listen to me.
Pale hands I loved beside the Shalimar. Where are you now?
Now tell me, honey, how do I rate alongside that suffering crooner on the record?
That record happens to be an original release. The suffering crooner is Enrico Caruso.
Oh. Where does a guy go to slash his wrist?
Dick Powell will be back in just a moment. And now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
No faster-acting aspirin made. That's Rexall aspirin. Yes, when taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin contained in every Rexall aspirin tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. So next time you have a headache, remember Rexall aspirin. There's no faster-acting aspirin made. Ask for Rexall aspirin at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who recognize it, the future is for sale. You can buy it now, today. You can buy it by saving. And there's no surer, more profitable means of saving than through the purchase of United States savings bonds. In the first place, United States saving bonds are safe, guaranteed to your country. Moreover, they put your saving dollars to work for you. For every $3 invested today in Class E bonds, you'll receive $4 back in just 10 years when the bonds mature. So make sure of the years ahead with United States savings bonds. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's script was written by Harold Jack Bloom and Joe Morheim. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. And this is Dick Powell asking you to listen in again next Wednesday at this same time when we do it all over again. Please listen in. I'm going to hit somebody on the head. Good night, everybody.
You have just heard transcribed Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. This is Bill Foreman speaking.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids. Like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Jack Waite tells stories of the underworld, Friday on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
What was that, Lyle?
Nothing. That was my teeth chattering.
Oh, is it cold out?
Out where I was, Effie, I've been swimming.
In December? Oh, Sam, you caught a chill.
That's true, Eff. I caught a real Russian chill. They're not keeping San Francisco Bay as well heated as they might.
The bay?
Sam, you were swimming in the...
Where else, F?
But... Oh, Sam, you've been drinking.
Only brine, Angel, and what kelp juice I could scavenge.
Kelp juice?
Oh, it was a taxing experience, F. A lesser man couldn't have come through it. Lay out some dry clothes for me, mix me a hot grog, get out your pencil that writes underwater, and prepare to take down a narrative of international intrigue and espionage, which we will call, let's see, the 25123569 caper.
What?
Or the Russian's number is up.
NBC invites you to listen to the greatest private detective of them all, as William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Here I am, Sam. I was just calling the janitor to see if he could turn on some more heat, so you could... Oh, you're not so very well.
Well, I had a dry martini on the way over.
Dr. Ames called you a few hours ago. Dr. Oscar Ames.
Did he? That was nice.
He was worried about you. Wanted to know if you'd been found yet. He said you two were on a ferry boat, and that he just stepped in to have a cup of coffee, and when he came back...
Yes, Effie, yes. Well, can't keep the FBI waiting.
The FBI?
Well, who else? You don't think I was playing around with kids on this caper?
Oh, no, Sam. I knew they were grown-ups.
Now, take it down, then. In this one, your Uncle Sam was working for his Uncle Sam. They fill it in. To Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Care of J. Edgar... Oh, no, that'd be too much. Well, why not? From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Boris Kargaminsky.
How do you spell that, Sam?
Kargaminsky, K-A-R-G...
No, I don't mean that. I mean Boris.
Oh, I should have known. B-O-R-I-S. Dear Sir, last night I let my secretary off at 5:30 so that she could go and do some Christmas shopping, although I told her repeatedly that all I want this year is money. The fog was rolling in off the bay, and it was bitter cold as I came out onto the street, pulling my overcoat collar up around my ears. Seemed like the night for spaghetti. A wonderful spaghetti dinner and some pleasant Italian hospitality down at Mama Pizza's restaurant on the Embarcadero opposite the ferry building. So that's where I went. But Mama Pizza had more than hospitality on her mind when she met me at the door.
Sam, oh, I'm so glad to find you. I'm just calling your office.
Well, what's the trouble, Mama? Someone been stealing ravioli?
Please. It's my cousin, Tony. They tried to kill him.
Oh, what happened, Mama?
Come on, Sam. You eat with us. Our table. I'll make Tony tell you. This one I feel so good, but he can talk all right. You're going to see.
She led me to the back of the restaurant to the table where the family generally sits. Her daughters, Angelina and Patty, were there with plates of food in front of them. But they weren't eating any of it. They were staring in awe at the man who sat next to him. He was small to start with, but he was even smaller, hunched down in his chair miserably, staring, unseeing, into a glass of wine. On the table in front of him was a battered old concertina. The top of his head was swathed in a clean, new bandage.
Sit down, Sam. Sit down. This is my cousin, Tony Calucci. Tony, my good friend, Mr. Spade.
Hello, Tony.
Hello. Go on, Tony. You tell Sam what's happened on you. Sam, you have your dinner at the same time.
Yeah.
Don't forget. Tonight you're going to be my guest. What do you like to eat? Galatini, cacciatore?
Well, I don't care, Mama. What's that on your plate, Angelina? You going to eat that? Well, pass it over. And waste not, want not. That's what I always say. Now, what happened on you, Tony?
Well, I'm on the boat, see.
Yeah, what boat?
The ferry boat, Auckland ferry boat. Don't you never hear my music on the boat?
You play the concertina on the ferry ride.
Sure, but no more.
Huh?
Tonight on the 6 o'clock boat. Oh, boy.
Tonight on the 6 o'clock boat, what?
I'm a play inside the first by the sandwich place, and everybody say, "Oh boy, Tony, you good, you play good, play some more." 10 cents a year, 5 cents, 2 quarters even. Then I go up the stairs. Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
And?
Then I go out on the deck. It's a very misty, foggy back. I can't see nothing. Now, I'm very happy. I feel like I play some more. So I'm a walk away back and up and down at the deck and I make a music, see. And then all of a sudden, I hear somebody say something to me. I can't see nobody. Now I hear him. What do you think he said to me?
What?
What?
Gospodor.
Gospodor? As in bar?
Gospodor.
Well.
So I'm say back to him, Gospodor. I still can't see nobody. Then I hear him say, is that you play Boris? So I get mad. I say, no, I don't play Boris. I play pagliacci, tosca, trovatore. Ma I don't play Boris. That's a foreign stuff.
I see.
Then I'm sorry I say that because this fellow, he sounds like he's foreign. So I'm just going to say, look, Mr. Oh, boy.
What, Tony? What?
Patton! I get a hit on the head, smash the patton. I fall down. I'm bleeding. I drop on my concertina. My head got a big hole on the top. I let out a big yell. Then I'm a blackout. Oh, boy. People come running around, and good luck, there's a doctor on the board. They carry me down the stairs, and he fixes me up. Otherwise, I'm a die for sure.
Well, what did it feel like? What did he hit you with?
Well, it feels like a baseball bat. But the doctor, look, here's the doctor now, just to come in. Hey, Doc.
The doctor looked in our direction when Tony called and strode over to the table. A big 6'3" blonde guy in the Joel McCrae, Gary Cooper tradition. You had to like him right away. No bedside manner to this doctor, although he could have had as much of it as he liked. He was all business and no kidding. I thought I told you to go to bed and stay there.
Well, Doc, I just
want to have a concussion, Tony. I'll be back here in an hour, and then we'll take some x-rays. My name is Sam Spade, Doctor. I'm a friend of the family. Oh, Ames. Dr. Oscar Ames. How are you?
Yeah. Dr. Ames, mister, can I get you something to eat?
No, thanks, Mama. Smells wonderful, but I haven't time. Oh, I'll have a cup of coffee, maybe.
Sure. You want time to make a ton and go to bed?
Yeah. Go on now, Tony. Go lie down. I'll be back, and we'll check you over. Get some rest in the meantime.
All right, Dr. Ames. I don't know. X-rays, the whole thing. I don't know how I'm going to pay you.
Never mind that. That's why we charge our Nob Hill patients a little extra, so we're able to do something like this once in a while. This will be on me, Tony.
You're good kind of man, Doctor. I don't know what to say.
You go on and lie down, Tony. You're embarrassing the doctor.
All right.
Screwy thing, this one, isn't it, Doctor? Sure is.
Here's for your coffee.
Oh, thanks, Mary. Yeah, sure is. Homicidal maniac, looks like, Mr. Spade. Oh, Spade? Sam? Are you the detective? Yeah, that's right. Well, I know about you. You did something for a colleague of mine. Murphy? Dr. Raoul Murphy? Murphy? Yeah, I did a job for him last summer. Yeah, he gave you a great send-off. Said, what is all this tonight down here? Detectives? Police? Police? How do you mean? Well, I think they were police. 5 or 6 plainclothes guys. They were waiting here on this side when the ferry pulled in to slip. They're still there holding the boat. I just left them. Well, what were they doing? Talked to all the passengers as they came off. Asked us for identification. Mm-hmm. Hey, what do they think about Tony's little experience getting knocked on the head? Oh, they were mighty interested, naturally. Especially when I told them how I thought the wound had been inflicted. Which was? Gun butt. Gun butt, eh? Wow. I'd say so. Lord knows I saw enough of those in the war. The Russians used to club prisoners over the head that way to save ammunition. And then fling the guys into the river. Oh, hey, I've got to go. Take that dreary ride again. What, the ferry? Yeah, I've got a patient over in Oakland. Had to come back over here to pick up some serum. Phoned my nurse, and she met me just out here. Well, nice to see you, Sam. Oh, tell, what's his name, Tony. Hey, wait a minute, Doc. I've got nothing to do. I'll ride over with you. A little air won't do this dinner any harm. We crossed the street, went into the ferry building. Everything was normal enough for the main waiting room where I stopped to buy cigarettes and a pocket flashlight. But outside on the dock where the Oakland boat was waiting to take off, there were a number of extra characters whom you wouldn't think would have chosen a dismal, chilly night like this for waterfront lounging. There wasn't anybody I knew, and in any gathering of plainclothesmen, local variety, I'd generally spot 1 or 2 familiar faces. Dr. Ames and I got aboard, followed by 3 of these gentlemen. The broadest one, who was built for endurance, exchanged pleasantries with us as the boat moved out into the water.
Hello, Dr. Ames. I see you didn't miss the boat, like the old saying.
No. Oh, you're one of the fellows I talked to before when we landed.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think I got your name.
Connolly.
Connolly, this is Mr. Spade.
Yeah?
Would that be Lieutenant Connolly or Sergeant, maybe?
That's Connolly. No special title. How's the little fella doing, Doctor? Colucci?
Tony? He's under care.
He, talk anymore? Say anything interesting?
I didn't talk to him. Mr. Spade here did.
Oh. Really?
Really.
What do you have to say?
Well, you see, I'm an old friend of his family. What he told me was in confidence, and I really have to know a little more about who I'm telling his secrets to.
I see. Spade, your name was?
Still is.
Nice to meet you, Gospodin.
Gospodin?
Means nothing to you, huh?
It might. Gospodin sounds like another word. Somebody might think you said customer.
That's very funny. Hey, are you going to stay out here on deck?
We haven't made up our minds. Is that okay?
Ought to go inside, have a little coffee at the snack bar. It's comfortable. Ride's over before you know it. Out here it's foggy, wet, and miserable. Well, I'm going in. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Doc.
Well, maybe he's right, although I must say he's not my favorite man in the world, Mr. Conley. It is strictly pneumonia weather out here on deck. Shall we go in? Not just yet for me, Doctor. I think I'll stretch my legs a little. Doc, tell me, where was it that Tony got caught? On the upper deck, I know, but which side? He was turned around now. Starboard. Just about directly above where we're standing. Yeah, right. Don't point, Doc. Our friend Connolly and his boys are on their way out to sea. No, they went back in. Do you think they're as mysterious as they seem? Oh, definitely that. You know what made them turn back just now? Decide it wasn't necessary to check whether we were still here? No, what? They can't make us out here. It's too dark. But they can see 2 lighted cigarettes. Sam Spade, detective. Mm-hmm. Look, even in the face of pneumonia, you want to get up there and look around where Tony was, don't you? I do. Well, then hand me your cigarette, and I'll smoke them both a yard apart, and we'll both be here. Except you. Oscar Ames, M.D. Masterful thinking, Doc. Go ahead, I'll be here. So I trod the slippery stairs to the upper deck. The fog was as wet as rain. I couldn't see any more than inches ahead of me with my flashlight. Finally, I stopped about amidship and looked down over the rail. Ames and his 2 cigarettes, tiny red dots of light that grew brighter every now and then as he puffed at them, were almost directly beneath me, so I knew I was just about right. A sudden noise over my head made me shoot my light up toward it. It came from a piece of canvas that had suddenly ripped loose, the canvas that covered the top of a lifeboat. I got up there somehow and perched precariously, holding onto 2 steel supports with one arm. The piece of canvas had been ripped open with a knife, a hole large enough for a man's body to get through. And that's what was in there, sprawled in the bottom of the lifeboat. A man's body. He'd been stabbed in the neck. This was the man who had slugged Tony. Or so it seemed, because the gun was still clenched in his right hand, barrel reversed. There was nothing in his pockets, just a handkerchief and $2 in change. But my flash caught a speck of something white in one of his shoes. It was a bit of paper with 2 typewritten lines on it. I let myself down to the deck, rubbed the circulation back into my arm where I'd been holding on, and prepared to read the note. And that's when my flashlight went dead. I groped about, cursing them for not checking their batteries, until I found a faint, ghostly glimmer of light overhead, out over the edge of the ship on the outside of the rail. I climbed over, steadied myself against lurching, and lit a couple of matches. It said, International Postcard Shop, Geary Street, SF, greeting card for Boris. I put the bit of paper in my pocket and turned to climb back over the rail. And then something came at me from the flash. It caught me full in the center of the forehead. And as I staggered, came again like a block of wood right on the top of my head. It made it burn with sudden fire. Tiny points of light glittered in the blackness. Came rushing toward me and grew larger, and I fell crashing over the side. They tell you a lot about what you remember when you're going down for the 3rd time. You know what I remembered? I remembered that Gospodin is Russian for comrade. Sam Spade, detective. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Imagine the greatest names in stage, screen, and radio. People like Bob Hope, Rosalind Russell, Meredith Wilson, Frankie Lane, and many, many others. Imagine an hour and a half of the very finest in comedy, music, and drama. Imagine all this rolled into one wonderful program, presided over by the distaff dynamo, Tallulah Bankhead. Well, NBC has the program. It's The Big Show, heard every Sunday night over most of these stations. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Sunday evening also means Theater Guild on the air. This Sunday, Theater Guild presents Boomerang, starring Kirk Douglas. And now back to the 251235679 caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I found myself mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my overcoat. My eyes burned. I felt heavy and large, as if I'd swallowed gallons of water. My head began to clear a little, but with returning consciousness came increased pain, pretty bad, too. From out of the misty blanket, from every direction, in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorns sounded. I knew that by now the current had swept me out of the path of the Oakland ferries. The water was chilling me. I turned over and began swimming, just hard enough to keep the blood circulating. The lights of a boat came into sight suddenly, and I threw back my head and yelled. But the horn crying its warning drowned me out, and the boat went on, and the fog closed in behind me. And then I found myself full of a strange and wonderful weariness. The water wasn't cold anymore. I was warm with a comfortable, soothing numbness, and I knew what to do. I'd swim until I didn't hear the noise of the horns anymore, and then in the quiet of the friendly fog, go to sleep. So I began to doze. And then some light came into my eyes, and I wanted to stay in the dark. I turned my face down into the embrace of the water. And then I wasn't where you'd expect at all. I was lying on a baggage truck that was moving. People were crowding around, walking beside the truck, staring at me. The guy in uniform, wheeling me, noticed I had my eyes open.
Well, hello, pal. Welcome back to the United States.
Hello, what part of the United States?
Just landing in Sausalito. Lay still. We'll take you over to the hospital.
Sausalito. How long before this boat gets back to San Francisco?
Right away.
Well, okay, I'm going with...
Hey, wait, sir. You ain't in no condition.
Thanks, I'll be okay. Half an hour later, shivering and shaking in my wet clothes, keeping my mouth clamped tight so my teeth wouldn't sound like a dice game, I climbed into a taxi at the ferry building and went to my apartment. There I swallowed half a pint of whiskey and rubbed myself with a coarse towel until my skin was sore. Then I looked in the pocket of the soggy suit I'd hung up to dry. It was still there. A piece of paper from the dead man's shoe. Damp, but legible. International Postcard Shop, Geary Street, SF. Greeting card for Boris. I got up to put on a dry suit and then changed my mind. Put the wet one back on. Good evening. Are you the proprietor here?
Yes, that's right, sir. 6 years at the same location. Oh, my goodness, is it raining out? You really got...
Dowsing? Yes, I did. Nice collection of postcards from all over, eh? Yes. South America, every place.
Yes, I pride myself on having the most complete possible selection. Was there something you had especially in mind?
Yes, there was.
Oh?
I'm looking for a greeting card for Boris. What's the matter? Didn't you hear me?
Yes.
Didn't you understand?
Well,
what?
It's only that I didn't exactly expect somebody like you.
What did you expect? Somebody slinking around in a false mustache, wearing dark glasses and an Inverness cape?
No, I...
You know, with your type of thinking, you may not be the right man for this job, Gus Pagey.
Now, wait, please, Mr. Lubov. I thought you were dead. You drowned.
Yeah, who told you that?
Well, you know.
Yeah, well, I didn't drown. I jumped in the water when I heard him coming. You can see how wet I still am.
Yes, of course. So you escaped.
Easily. Enough talk. Hand it over. The greeting card for Boris.
Very well. Let's see. That's San Francisco, of course.
He turned and reached down onto the counter. I slipped my hand under my armpit and held my .38 ready in case he came up with something similar. But all he brought forth was a box marked special. On this, he extracted something and handed it to me. I took it with a knowing expression on my face, but I didn't know from nothing as to what it meant. All it was an ordinary postcard, that's all. A picture postcard showing the Golden Gate Bridge. Underneath it, the caption, Wonder Cities of the World, number 25, 1235679, San Francisco. Nothing else. I was afraid my mouth was open.
What's the matter?
Matter?
Don't you know how to read the name? It's so difficult, of course.
Idiot, certainly I know how. I was just admiring the work, that's all.
Oh, it is excellent, isn't it? Look, you'd better go now. You've been in here an awfully long time. We don't want to...
No, of course we don't. I'll go, Miss Bateman.
I'm sorry to have been overly cautious.
There is no such thing as over-caution.
Thank you. You were so... Well, you seem like an American.
So do you. I strode out onto the street, clutching my postcard, but I shoved it inside my sleeve a moment later because who I saw standing under the misty glimmer of a streetlight waiting for me was my heavy-set, mysterious friend from the ferry boat, Connolly. I turned my head around and glanced down the other end of the block behind me. 2 other guys were there, sure enough. and they advanced slowly toward me with their hands raised, palms out, as if they were showing me they weren't carrying guns. I reached my hand inside for mine all the same, but I never got to use it because Connolly rushed me from the other side. I caught him on the chin and he went down, clattering into an ash can. The other two boys grabbed me and held my arms behind me. Connolly got up, rubbing his face, and I waited to get murdered, but no.
All right, Joe Lewis. Bring it along.
And so they did. We didn't go far, though, just around the corner to a little hamburger place that had a sign on the door saying closed, although there were lights inside. Connolly knocked on the door, and a fellow with an apron came and opened it and locked it after us. Connolly gave him a nod, and we sat down at a table while he brought us coffee.
Spade, we've checked on you. You seem to be okay. You stand in good with the department, friend.
What department would that be, friend?
This department.
Huh? FBI. Oh.
Now, maybe you can help. Anyhow, we don't want you going around making a noise and messing it up for us, so here it is.
I'm all ears.
Did you ever hear of a man called Boris Kagaminsky?
No.
Well, not many people have, even in Russia. Boris Kagaminsky is the top Soviet agent in America. He's the head man. He organizes and runs everything for them here.
I see.
Now, he came to this country 7 years ago and vanished. We've been trying to find him ever since. False passport, of course. That didn't help. There's nothing anywhere on Kagaminsky. No pictures, not even in Russia. No fingerprints, nothing. Every lead we had, dead end. And then we got word last week. Go ahead, drink your coffee.
Oh, I'm too interested.
We got word last week that another agent, an unimportant little guy named Lyubov, was on his way to San Francisco and that he would definitely have to contact the big gun. Something to do with the Chinese war business that only Kagaminsky is big enough to handle. Well, our man tailed Lyubov all the way out here, and then he lost him. The Oakland ferry. Well, it didn't bother us very much. He called us, and we were waiting on this end. But in pulls the ferry, and no Lyubov.
Lyubov was a dead man on the lifeboat.
Right. He must have been up there waiting to be contacted.
Yeah, then he heard Tony and his concertina, thought this might be it. And then when he realized he'd made a mistake and uncovered himself, he conked Tony on the head.
Right. Yeah. And his Soviet contact got scared of investigations on the boat following Tony's hue and cry and stabbed Lyubov. So, now we're back where we started. Every passenger on that ferry was okay. What's that you're looking at?
Picture postcard. Found a message on Lyubov about the International Postcard Shop and a greeting for... Hey, a greeting for Boris. Boris Kagaminsky.
Now, let me see that.
I bulldozed the guy in the shop to let me have it. Looks like nothing. It's just a picture. But he said he said I could read the name. Give me it.
Golden Gate.
Oh, these numbers. Wonder Cities of the World. Number 251235679. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Print out the guy's name, Boris.
All right. B-O-R-I-S.
Leave a space.
K-A-R-G-A-M-E-N-S-K-Y.
Now, put numbers, wait a minute. The top number is 9.
Yeah.
All right, put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over Boris, and then start again. 1, 2, 3, up to 9 over Kagaminsky.
Yeah. So?
All right, now let's get a postcard. 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay, what's 2?
2 is, O.
5.
S.
O-S. Now, Kagaminsky. 1.
K.
2, 3.
A-R.
O-S-K-A-R. Well, I guess we know the rest of it. 5, 6, 7, 9. A-M-E-S, correct?
Correct.
Oscar Ames. Dr. Oscar Ames. What? I was just thinking. He was worried about me catching pneumonia. I called Mama Pizza, and from what she said, we knew where to go. We picked him up at the emergency hospital. He was just finishing the operation on Tony's head. We watched him through the glass, and the other young doctor standing alongside us said he was one of the greatest surgeons they'd ever seen. When he unrolled his gloves and took off his operating mask, he looked up and saw me, alive, and the other boys with me. His scalp tightened for just a second, and then he smiled. It was when he reached into his bag that we rushed him, before he could get the little red bottle to his lips. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam. A spy story.
Yes, it was, F.
Everything. A chase and being thrown in the water and mysterious people and a code message.
Well, that had kept you awake, Angel.
Sam, what is it like not to want to be in America? Not to want to live the way we do in America?
Yeah, I can't imagine, sweetheart.
I can't either. Sam, about Dr. Ames.
Yeah?
Do you think that, the way you described him and all, do you think you made him sound too sympathetic?
Oh, I described him as he was, that's all.
But will anybody think that, Well, you know, he was attractive.
But you missed the whole point, didn't you? Spies don't go around wearing monocles and talking with heavy accents and acting like spies, not the good ones. It's the attractive, lovable, trustworthy strangers that are dangerous. Now, if you'd met Dr. Ames at a party somewhere, you'd be out with him in a nightclub right now, cooing over a drink and giving him the plans for the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Sometimes I can't...
mad, Sam. I don't even know where Brooklyn is.
Lucky for our side.
You don't hate me, do you, Sam?
Oh, come here.
Oh.
Now, does that answer your question?
Completely. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by William Spear. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial tuned to NBC later as Archie the manager and his delightful friends cook up another mad and merry session at that remarkable restaurant, Duffy's Tavern. This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way on NBC again, an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama, with guests Bob Hope, Martin and Lewis, Rosalind Russell, Frankie Lane, and unpredictable Tallulah as MC. Go ahead, tell them about The Thing. Oh, yes, Sam Spade and Effie asked me to remind you about The Thing. The Thing for kids for Christmas. You know, The Thing can be anything you think an underprivileged child would like for Christmas. In your town, there are civic groups who are cooperating with this Thing for Kids campaign. Send your new or used toys to the collection centers in your town and help make some child's Christmas brighter. It'll make you happier, too. Thank you. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy the magnificent Montague, then it's Duffy's Tavern on NBC.